Greetings, I'm VA Deputy Secretary Paul Lawrence, and I just want to take a moment to alert you about a scam targeting veterans and their families. Here's what's going on. Con artists are mailing out fraudulent postcards to veterans promising extra money each month through something they call Veterans Savings Program. Bottom line, there is no such program. It's a scam, and they're targeting veterans in several states. If you haven't seen it yet, you might. The postcards are official looking. They refer to legitimate programs like Champ VA and TRICARE for Life. And they direct service members, veterans, and their family members to call to find out how to get this extra money. If you call, scammers try to gain your trust. They may thank you for your service. They may tell you they're with VA. They might say other things to convince you that they're legitimate. And they may ask for your personal identifying information, your social security number, details about your bank account, or other sensitive information. It's a ripoff. Don't fall for it. If you receive one of these fraudulent postcards, do not call the number. Throw the postcard in the trash. Protect yourself, protect your families. If you have any questions or concerns, call the VA Benefits Hotline. The number is 1-800-827-1000. VA is monitoring the scam. We're watching out for other scams, and we're committed to protecting veterans' personal, sensitive information. Keep an eye out, stay vigilant, and remember, whether over the phone or over the internet, never give out your personal information to unverified contacts. Thank you.
Please welcome Jim Lorraine, President and CEO of America's Warrior Partnership.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. It's a great second day. I just got to tell you, the first day I was so proud of our team, and I want to take a moment before we get started to recognize, yesterday, and I hate it, people go, Jim Lorraine, Jim Lorraine, Jim Lorraine. And it's like, it's not. This takes everyone. It takes America's Warrior Partnership. It takes partners of ours. SOAR here from Vermont takes partners. Principal Choice Solution Partners. I'm not leaving anybody out, but I can only see a little bit. TikTok is here. Anyways, all of our partners. But to put this event on, it takes our partners at Hiring Our Heroes. I just met with Eric Eversole out back and thanked him. But this venue is incredible. It's a great venue. And I will tell you, on the operational side of things, it's so easy to work with this team at Hiring Our Heroes to make things happen. But really what I want to point out is the leadership of Caitlin Cashwell and Allison Williams, who's probably backstage, and the whole team at America's Warrior Partnership for bringing this together and getting us here together. That's what's important. You keep hearing me say together, together, together. We have funders and sponsors and partners that have allowed us to provide scholarships to some organizations to come and attend this event. So I can't thank our team enough, and Caitlin's over there drinking a cup of coffee, trying to stay down, keep her head down. But thank you to the team, America's Warrior Partnership at AWP, for doing it and for supporting us. Thanks. I also want to thank our board members. There's a few of our AWP board members that are here. I can see one sitting in the front row over here, Laura Potter. Thank you for being here. General Friedovich is out and about. Shannon Smith will speak later. John Vonglis is here. But thank you for being here. We have advisory board members. Ricky Deering is here, I've seen, and Stephen Rubright, who you heard from yesterday. I want to do a pitch. Out that door and to the right, there's a table from Hiring Our Heroes. And you'll walk by and you'll see these Google phones. If you're a veteran or a spouse of a veteran, these are free. You just go to them, talk to them, you sign up, and you receive a free Google phone that was through Hiring Our Heroes. So if you walk by, it's not a sales table, it's a donation table. So thank you to Hiring Our Heroes for doing that. I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that that was available. Today's going to be a really great day, and it's led off by someone who I deeply, deeply respect. I met Ryan, I'd heard about Ryan over the years through our board member, Sal Junta. Both Ryan and Sal served in the 173rd, and Sal was like, yeah, Ryan's solid. Ryan's the greatest guy. He's the best. I had someone from the society, and I'm not going to name who because she's here, say, you know, you're not supposed to have favorites, but I have a favorite, and it's Ryan. And, oh, sorry, it's a she, so you can figure that out. And so once you hear from Ryan, you'll see why everybody feels that way. Ryan is a Congressional Medal of Honor recipient. He's a former U.S. Army Staff Sergeant, recognized for his heroism in a battle of Wanat in Afghanistan in 2008. As I said, he served in the 173rd Airborne, the Sky Soldiers, over in Vicenza, Italy. Hard duty, Vicenza, Italy. But anyways, but he served in Afghanistan on 2 deployments, and but despite that, receiving the highest award in the military, being recognized, and all that he's done, he is salt of the earth, nicest guy you're ever going to want to meet, family first. He's completing his second degree. His second degree is in engineering. He was trying to explain to me in Boston about some quantum physics shit, and I was like, way over my head here, buddy. But with that, without any further ado, I want to introduce my good friend, Ryan Pitts. Thanks.
Morning, everyone. It is so awesome to be here. I just got in yesterday afternoon, and just the energy, enthusiasm, ingenuity of this crowd is palpable and inspiring to me. I greatly appreciate what Jim and AWP have put together here, right? Really incredible to become that facilitator. I think back to when I was starting to transition after I got wounded. I ended up at Walter Reed, and I was at Walter Reed for a year. And I can remember sitting around in the seemingly endless briefings on out-processing and being, overly eager to just get out of there. I kind of checked out of it. And I was just like, this is such an overwhelming volume of information. If everything's important, then nothing is. And over the years, I've looked around, and as I become a recipient, getting to see all these great organizations out there doing all these different things for vets in terms of financial assistance, education assistance, job placement, helping families, that I've often wondered, like, we have so many VSOs, what we really need is a connector, somebody to help veterans parse all that information and get to where they need to be. And it's not just about connecting them to the resources, it's about guiding them along the way. And I'm really a big fan of their case management approach of, like, let's get hands on these veterans and connect them with resources, because oftentimes these challenges can be more complex than just something as mental health or just employment. There are other issues that can be there, and they may need more than one service. So I am greatly appreciative for the work that AWP does in bringing us all here together today. It's a very special experience. When I think back on my service, it was the teamwork and collaboration was the most incredible part of it. Right now, I wish I could say that I joined for altruistic reasons just because I love my country and wanted to serve. Perhaps you've heard of the GI Bill. That was my main draw. I wanted money for college. That was my main motivation. But as I joined, drill sergeants asking us in basic training, and you start hearing about, hey, why are you guys joining? And some people had family legacies, right? My father served, grandfather served. It's just in our family. Some, wanted adventure. One thing that I never realized before I joined is that people join our military from other countries, not for the guarantee that they will become a citizen, but for the opportunity to become a citizen, right? And we joined for all these reasons, and I can say that, I'm ashamed. I wish it had been more altruism. I'm going to be raising my kids with that conviction that this is a place that our country is a place that we have to serve and do more. But what was beautiful about that whole experience was, I learned, is when we came together and coalesced around a mission, that all those individual reasons became irrelevant. As we dedicated ourselves to that mission, then even the mission didn't matter, because you could take us and point us in any direction, and we were going to go attack and do everything we could. And that was never more on display than the last battle I was in on July 13th, the date of my action. I wasn't surprised by the things that the guys I served with did, because for some of us, we had been together for 4 years, right? And in this battle, there was valor everywhere. There were just 49 of us. We were about 3 weeks from going home. On the 5th day of setting up this base, we were attacked by 150 to 200 enemy fighters. They had surrounded us, taken the high ground. They were out from 500 meters into as close as 10 yards within hand grenade range, had moved in close overnight. And I saw guys, or was able to bear witness and learn about things that my friends did even after the fact, like Jonathan Ayers, who took a round off his helmet, manning a machine gun for us, and would get back on it and man it to his death. Guys like my platoon leader, John Brostrom, and Jason Hovader, that would make a mad dash over open ground to come reinforce us. And this isn't always these glorious things of just running under fire. Sometimes it was just loading ammunition. Our 50 cals, our guys could load from the relative safety of the turrets. Our Mark 19 grenade launchers, they couldn't. So as those weapons were running out of ammo, there were guys without weapons in their hands, both hands on an ammo can, jumping on the hoods of trucks with rounds slapping into windshields and body armor around them, and they did it over and over again. Guys like Reed Grapes, Dylan Meyer, Jacob Soames, right? So valor was everywhere. And again, not surprised, right? We fought and trained together. We were brothers. But what amazed me was everybody else that came to our aid that knew nothing about us, right? There were the Army medevacs that eventually came in, and as they were sitting at our battalion headquarters listening to our casualty reports and everything that was going on, they're being told to sit tight because the LZ is not clear, right? You can't go up there yet. We haven't secured it. They were listening to our vitals of our casualties and acknowledged that some of these guys, they're probably not going to make it unless we go. And they ignored orders and flew up the valley, taking rounds in the bellies of their birds and landed under direct fire. And they didn't just land in those spots. And they landed right between us and the enemy at where my position was. And they didn't just land, those crews got off those aircraft and started bounding down the mountain to come get our casualties. Now, I was never in a dust-off medevac, but I'm kind of like thinking, you stay with your ride and let them, come to you. You're like an Uber, get out and go into somebody's house. But I was so inspired by that, and the Apaches that came in, right? Yeah, they're armored gunships, but I watched the audio and to listen to the computer telling them altitude low, right? Putting their air crew, their aircraft at risk. They were putting, say, their moral compass at risk. We asked them to shoot within 10, 15 yards of us. They don't like to shoot within 100. So they're putting, they're risking moral wounds there, because the greatest fear for us is, are you going to harm somebody that you care about? And these are units we had never even, had never supported us before, right? That they would put their lives and careers and well-being on the line for us was incredible. But then, we were supported by Marine artillery were shooting for us. And then as the fixed-wing assets started to come in, and the Air Force was stacking fighters and bombers, up to 30,000 feet to support us. And then, I get medevac back, and I'm seeing Navy nurses and Air Force nurses and doctors, and they just did an incredible job putting us together. And that's really, I think, one of the greatest strengths about our military is our ability to work as a joint force. We do it better than anybody else. Yeah, we all have our individual pride. Where are my Marines at? Okay, all right. Wow. I always joke. How do you know if somebody's a Marine? Just wait, they'll tell you. We had that individual pride in our branch, but I look back now and I look at what we were able to do by collaborating was just so incredible, and was just such an absolutely humbling experience for me that made that a capstone and put in my mind, really solidified the opportunities that we have in teamwork. Now, as a recipient, I've had a great opportunity to be exposed to so many different types of nonprofits. I'm here today with Hiring Our Heroes. I'm an ambassador for them. Super excited about the work that they're doing. Really excited about the new Skilled Trades Academy, right? Not everybody's meant to work a desk job. I tried that once too. We'll see how it goes second time around with engineering. But finding meaningful employment, because that's one way to getting to a healthy afterwards. But there's also mental health. I'm an ambassador for Cohen Veterans Network. Work closely with Home Base in Boston, Fisher House Boston. So I've worked with organizations all the way from the community level up to with national reach. And I'll say the common thread amongst them, where I see the greatest impact, is in their willingness to collaborate, right? And work and find partners. Same with Hiring Our Heroes, right? They could take it all under their own wing and build these programs and try and just go it alone, but we're partnering with like the Lowe's Foundation and Boeing and making sure that we're not just getting the skills there, but we're getting them the jobs, right? And you all have unique organizations with different aptitudes and abilities and missions, but we're all trying to help veterans. And that collaboration is so critical, right? Because we don't always need to regrow that ability organically. And I've been blown away over the years at just the volume of nonprofits in that VSO space. And it's encouraging and touching, inspiring as a veteran to know that people care so much. But I am concerned for the future. I've long thought since the global war on terror just ended, but we're back in Iran, I think some of that may start to turn into out of sight, out of mind, right? And these issues don't just go away because that conflict is over. We are going to live with these challenges our entire lives. I had a really interesting experience back home when I met a special forces soldier from Vietnam, and we were talking about mental health. And he told me he had come back from Vietnam, went to school, got a job as a financial advisor. His mental health struggles didn't start until he retired. And he had that time to sit around and think about that experience and what that meant. So that means we're in this for the long haul. And I am worried about that philanthropy, that funding is going to be drying up. And I think that the path forward is collaboration, right? Those community-based organizations that maybe aren't going to grow into national reach, but have incredibly important local reach, especially, right? Big cities get tons of love, but if you're in, I'll throw this out to Clinton, Minot, South Dakota, North Dakota, little less around there, right? So leveraging these partnerships and what other organizations are doing is incredible, right? I've seen it with Home Base and how they find partners. Granted, Wounded Warrior Project came in and that helped grow that, but they changed from regional. I remember going to their office, was just one floor in a space in Boston, and now they got multiple levels and they're moving into the Southwest and they're in Florida. I look at my work with the Cohen Veterans Network and how they approach their delivery of mental health by finding regional partners like Centerstone in the Southeast or Metro Care down in Texas to work together to deliver services and really make an impact in the lives of veterans. So we have a really unique opportunity all being here together today. I feel I'm going to continue to work on those partnerships, but by everything that I've seen, you've already been working on that. But we got to continue those conversations and continue the ideas. And part of that sometimes is being vulnerable and being willing to look at maybe the things that we don't do so well or where we can leverage partnerships with other people. My experience that day has just taught me that that's where we make the greatest impact. And this mission's not going anywhere. We need these Americans. My battalion lost 25 soldiers on my second deployment. My company, we lost one on my first. Overall in my company, we lost 16 over the course of 2 deployments. And I was asked yesterday, I don't even remember where it was, somebody had asked me, how many friends or how many of you lost since coming home? And you know what? I don't know. I don't know. And it is something that is on my mind every day. It's probably my biggest worry for my peers is I was unwilling to part with any of my friends in combat. I'm sure as hell not willing to part with them back here where they should be living lives worthy of our friends' sacrifices. And I'm incredibly lucky that just at the resources I have, but for those of us that are active duty, I came home, I'm from New Hampshire. I haven't met a ton of people from New Hampshire. I think if I met 4, I joined with one of them, right? And it's been challenging for me that even when hearing of buddies that are having challenges in Texas or Oklahoma or the Pacific Northwest, at least I have the reach that I can pick up the phone and go find people, but it is hard to help friends when I don't know what the resources are there. And so I'm really appreciative of the work you all do in partnering with AWP and make sure that we aren't leaving anybody behind. So I hope that as you wrap up today, that you're all at least able to walk away with one new partnership and a new idea and keep the work going. So know a vet, tell a vet. Thank you guys very much for having me. I appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. Let's go win the fight.
We hope that you enjoyed our morning keynote presentation by Ryan Pitts. Now we welcome to the stage Liz O'Brien, who will be moderating the panel discussion around veterans as leaders within their community, sponsored by Fiserv.
Good morning, everyone. Great to see you again for day 2. And I couldn't be more excited to lead this discussion with just some really great Americans who have given so much in so many ways. And we're going to focus on veterans as community leaders, not just beneficiaries, shifting the narrative from serving veterans to partnering with veterans. And I think this is so unbelievably important because it allows us to return to our communities as military-connected members and community members to start to drive actual impact and change and be part of the solution. And I think there's nothing more important than taking those folks who have so many lessons learned and allowing them to be part of the solutions that we're building in communities, because the communities each of you live in are very different than the community that I live in, right? And so being an active part of that solution is unbelievably important. And so before we get into it, I want to give each panelist an opportunity to introduce themselves, share a little bit about you, and then we'll just go down the line. And so I'm going to start with Shannon Smith, who's to my right and has just been a long time extension of hiring our heroes as well. So happy to have you here.
Thank you, Liz. Shannon Smith. I am currently the Vice President at CVS Health, and I support our Chief Financial Officer, but I'm also 20-year Coast Guard reservist, and I'm really excited to be here.
Excellent. Over to you.
My name is Donnell Johns. I served 26 years in the United States Army. I'm a retired Command Sergeant Major, and now I serve veterans through our organization called Veterans Growing America, where we showcase veteran and military spouses through our incubator and our storefront in Woodbridge, Virginia.
Hi, I'm Vivian Greentree, Navy veteran, military spouse, and a Blue Star mom now. My son was commissioned into the Marine Corps earlier this year, so we got him a lot of crayons to celebrate. And I had a global corporate citizenship at Fiserv, where we help build culture internally and externally, and I hope you enjoy all of the swag bags that are filled with veteran-owned business goodies, especially, I have to say, the pretzels from Ryan Law, Patriot. Yes, they're very good, and share them with your friends. Take them to all the 50 states that you came from.
I love that. And so when I look to the folks to the right of me, we have representation from corporate, we have entrepreneurship, we have Vivian, who's driving corporate social responsibility, all in a variety of ways, but certainly the thread that exists through entrepreneurship, through service. And I'm sitting up here and I'm listening to you guys introduce yourselves. I'm like, these are the most humble introductions I've ever heard, because I know from my vantage point, I remain inspired and amazed each and every day on what these folks are pulling off in their communities, in their daily life, right? Like where you're leading a major effort for CVS and watching your growth in careers while you're currently serving, while you're raising 2 children, while you have spouses who are also doing X, Y, and Z, and the way in which you show up in your communities to continue to give back. So I just want to highlight that. I feel like that was some of the most humble introductions I've heard, because I could go on and on about what they do each and every day to create change and leave their communities in a better place than they found them. And so I'm going to just start with each of you to share. When you hear the phrase partnering with veterans rather than serving veterans, What does that mean to you, and why is it so important to be discussing it now, Shannon?
Yeah, thanks, Liz, for the question. You know, veterans certainly need support as we're transitioning, but I think if the conversation ends there, we're leaving a tremendous amount of talent and capabilities on the sideline. And so shifting our perspective from recognizing veterans as contributors, decision makers, and truly leaders, you know, I think we've all had experiences where we've led teams and we've managed through crises, and you know, failure of the mission wasn't an option, right? And so as we look now, this conversation is so important, because if we look at what we're doing, whether in corporate America or government or, you know, whatever sector you're in, we're facing challenges, right? We're facing regulatory challenges, we're facing AI challenges. How do we implement technology? And we have a group of people that have navigated challenges in their life, and we really need to partner and tap into those capabilities as we kind of try and solve those challenges. So to me, partnership is tapping into the proven capabilities that you have to help us solve these challenges.
Yep, and I love your nod to it's not an option for failure, right? And I think what I've been so impressed with is even when things are going sideways, is the way in which this community continues to adjust and continues to respond and continues to bring knowledge back to shift the community to where we need to go. So I'm going to shift to you, Donnell. You know, I know you see things very much so through an entrepreneurial lens and grassroots lens, and I'd love to hear how you interpret partnering with veterans rather than serving veterans, because I have watched you create agency and action for a long time now.
Well, thank you for that. It's, to me, partnering with veterans, especially in entrepreneurship, is one of the most important things that you need to do, right? Veterans were built, I want to say, out of the mission that we created, you know, that we learned while we served. And when it comes to creating businesses, it's all about partnership. And if you think about everything that we do, right? The products that we have to source, the things that we have to get, all of that requires partnership. And so in order for an organization to grow, they need partnership. But veterans need it even more, because we came from an ecosystem where we were taken care of, you know, throughout the entire time that we served. And we had members to our left and our right that took care of us. And so I decided to create a partnership with entrepreneurs in a way that they can use their strengths. And then if someone else had a weakness, it could be the strength of that other person, so these individuals can come together and support each other in a way that they've never supported each other before. And I've seen, you know, veterans, you know, start off with selling a T-shirt, and then that T-shirt ends up in Kohl's. And the organization that I'm talking about is Triple Nickel. They started off with us selling just T-shirts, and the next thing I know, they were selling their products in Kohl's. And then one of our entrepreneurs was selling ice cream, and then next thing I know, I see her on Shark Tank selling chocolate and winning two sharks. And that's all about building community and partnerships and constantly growing in a community that supports you. And we were taught leadership, we were taught discipline, we were taught respect, honor, courage, and integrity. And all of those things are great things that build a fantastic entrepreneur. And so partnership is something that we need. And, you know, speaking of partnership, I have Vivian sitting next to us, and Fiserv supports our organization. They sponsor us. And without their support, we wouldn't be able to support the veterans in our ecosystem. So having great partners like Fiserv means a lot to the success and the growth of our entrepreneurs.
Absolutely, and certainly, you know, I loved your reference to ice cream, because I know it sounds so simple, but when you think about if you take your kids, your nieces, your nephews, and you go to the ice cream store in your community, it is a place where people just interact, they connect, and it's the most basic place for connection. But when you think about what an ice cream store can do and change and build bridges within a community, and then rise to Shark Tank, like that, that's awesome.
It's amazing. I mean, that blew my mind when, so I grew up in the era where we had pet rocks, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I know I look 22, but I'm not 22. And I realized that if they could sell pet rocks, veterans can sell the gifts and the talents that they either learned in the military or learned growing up or learned in a trade. And so why not be able to learn and grow off of that and win? So
Absolutely. You know, I had forgotten all about the
I
pet
had a
rocks,
pet
and now
rock.
we're going to
Yeah,
go back to the
definitely had a pet
1900s.
You had a pet rock.
Yeah, paid good money for it.
So Viv, I'm going to turn over to you for how you
Yeah.
see partnering with veterans rather than serving veterans through your lens.
I mean, and thank you for bringing up our partnership, Donnell, because that is an exact example of, mutual beneficiaries, because it's an easy button to work with Donnell because he has data, he shows impact. We convert sales. People in a place talking together are much stronger in the community than anyone would be independently. And Shannon, your point, I think a lot of people think of lead, follow, or get out of the, I'm a very much a lead, a follow, and I used to be a get out of the way, but I think in the military community, it's lead or follow. There is no getting out of the way because that's kind of saying that I don't have anything to do with that. So it's either in my lane, it's not in my lane, and if it's not in my lane, I'm not interested in it. And what I've seen in the military community, and that corporate America is better for, is there's some way, shape, or form it touches you, right? Because if you're mission oriented, the thing that I do, even if it's not what you do, we shore up each other's strengths and weaknesses, and together we complete this mission. And the mission in this community is to have more veterans and military spouses and military kids and caregivers in decision-making positions, even if it's especially if it's not their day job, because they're in rooms that we're not in. We're in rooms that the generation before us weren't in, and to earn kind of that space and place is to then turn around and share it with others. And I have never seen a more, the commitment in this community, which has helped me. When I started, when I went to the corporate sector from nonprofit, it was out of someone's goodwill wanting to do something nice for veterans. Now, of course, they were doing that in a private equity setting. So it was kind of like, thank you for your service. What have you done for me today? How many veterans have we hired? How long were they in the pipeline? What positions did you get them in? How much did it cost to, fill that role? And the data that was coming out of this community was phenomenal, and I was able to show real impact while also creating goodwill. And that's something that it's a superpower of this community that I'm not sure that everyone, fully, a lot of companies are still looking at it as a goodwill, as something to increase diversity, and those are absolutely important to me and I think to everyone in this room, but that's not always, and excuse me, Shannon, not always all CFOs care about that. They care about their quarterly earnings and what you have done to increase the bottom line. And the thing that's so phenomenal is you don't have to choose. And when you're working within this community, you can support veteran entrepreneurs and support veterans hiring, but also, by the way, you're just supporting your own bottom line, your own ability to maneuver up the corporate ladder, and your own ability to show sustainable, scalable, profitable margins. We don't have to choose.
Yeah, but this is the reality. And when I think of each of you in corporate America, I very much so recognize the fact that these are priorities for your organizations because you have then gone in and advocated, right, for seats at the table, for this community, for funding, for opportunity. And I think that's what everybody in the room can do wherever they are, right, wherever they sit each and every day. Viv, you mentioned, Fiserv's long been focused on supporting partnering with the veteran community through employment, entrepreneurship, and community engagement. But how does that value then come back to the company and to the communities that Fiserv is supporting?
I don't want to tell you how many, it would depend on what stats or data I would bring up would be who I was in the room with, so internally with our small to medium business, I would say we've converted this many from the chamber partnerships that we have. And again, we're members of, multiple chambers. The ones that are the most impactful are the veteran chambers. And I don't, we could talk about the why, but when you just want to skip to there is the impact there, because they share their member lists. They share, I get more information I got more information this morning by texting 5 people than, Claude brought back when I was preparing and saying, like, give me some stats. Corn Ferry says 85 million, skills gap by 2030. Barb says that Vet 100 created, trillions in assets, and those are veteran-owned businesses that are on the Inc. 5000 that, by the way, your business is already doing business with. So there's opportunity, I think, lost value that I would talk to in a room full of stakeholders who maybe don't have an evolved program yet, or are still very much thinking about it in terms of what partners can I recruit with, or what organization should I show up to and provide funding to, so that they can build capacity and things like that. But I think the bottom line from the corporate, what do we get back from it, is you get both the short term and the long term. And again, like it's not it expands your entire system, so it's not either or, it's and both. And it's hiring, entrepreneurship, talent, engagement, experience, retention, high performing teams, and it's that esprit de corps where it's lead or follow, but you know that you can never just get out of the way, because eventually it will come back. That issue, whatever the thing is, whatever geography that you don't have representation in, it will come back to hit your bottom line. So it's good forecasting, preemptive.
Absolutely. And just for awareness, Pfizer goes above and beyond in focusing and supporting entrepreneurship, which we don't see from a lot of companies and organizations. So is anybody in here a small business owner? Yeah.
Are you happily processing your payments? No, it's self-interest rightly understood.
Yeah.
It is so easy to get into a room and say, because also we have to earn your trust. And then once we earn your trust, we have to keep your trust in the same way that CVS does, in the same way that Don Nell has to do if you trust him with, your baby coming into his incubator. And the same way, Liz, you do with corporates when you're saying, here's this talent pool, here's this, come and expose and get into it, and then, by the way, here's the impact, so that the next decision is easier, and hopefully it's a veteran or military spouse making it.
Absolutely. Shannon, I'm going to turn to you next. You currently serve in uniform. Mm-hmm. You lead in the corporate sector. You serve on the board of America's Warrior Partnership, and you very generously share your knowledge, which, Shannon works in finance, which unbelievably important to have experts like you in the nonprofit sector. And so from all of your experiences, which are really unique and really diverse, where have you seen veterans uniquely contribute as community leaders that organizations often overlook when they view veterans primarily as beneficiaries only of services?
Yeah, I'm gonna put my corporate hat on, and sometimes I think they focus too much on like what's on the resume, right? Like what are the jobs that you've had, and we miss what veterans can offer, years afterwards. That leadership, that resilience, that strategic thinking, and really be able to lead through uncertainty. So if I may take a moment to just tell a quick story. As I was transitioning from active duty Coast Guard into what I was hoping a financial career, I was interviewing with our chief investment officer, and it was going well, but I knew nothing about insurance, right? Like I knew nothing about insurance, I knew nothing about the products, and she said to me, she's like, look, I can teach you all the products, I can teach you the systems, I can't teach a work ethic, I can't teach integrity, I can't teach, being resilient, and I really kept that at the forefront of my mind, even when I'm hiring, when I'm thinking about board members, of what's not on the resume, right? Or even military spouses, like why do they have a gap? And really kind of think about what are the intangible things that we overlook that aren't on a piece of paper that we can then bring them on board and help them work through it, partner with them and teach them what they need to know to be successful. Because a lot of the times, those intangible skills pay dividends in the end, right? They can manage through stress, right? And so I think that's one thing that a lot of people in corporate America overlook. and just focus so much on what's on the resume and what are those intangible skills that we should really be tapping into.
How do you think we start to share that narrative and opportunity? Because really people need to have conversations, right, to get to it.
Yeah, one of the things that we're doing at CVS, which I'm really proud of, we have a very, very strong resource group, and what we've started to do is we've started to help our civilian, leaders, when they get a military resume, helping them translate, what does this mean, and having them bring it to us and say, hey, I just got this resume, it said this MOS. Help me understand that, translate that for me. And I think that's a step forward, right? Helping them translate like how these skills could potentially help them, benefit them when they're hiring, and also helping them explain, like when they get a military spouse resume, I've looked at a resume and sometimes it puts up the red flag of like, well, why do they have such a big gap? And then I have to explain, well, it looks like their spouse was overseas and they couldn't work, or but it really just opening up that dialogue, and as a veteran, partnering with our civilians that work at CVS of helping them translate that. So I think that's one step we can do. But also, leaders here, like as you're hiring, it's like you're looking for your perfect candidate, and maybe look beyond that. Look for someone that you could potentially partner with and bring them along, which I'm very grateful that they did that for me, many years ago. So.
And smart on their part as well, right?
It all
work. Yes. Again, unbelievably humble, carrying a big load and a big job, and they were spot on, right? Like they recognized the qualities that you brought, and you rose to the challenge. I often hear, and I won't get too far off track because I have a conversation for you, Donnell. People talk a lot about imposter syndrome, and I always try, and that can be serving on the PTA when you move to a new community, you feel like you're an outsider, it can be going to work, and I often just try and remind myself to remain rooted in the fact that somebody thought I belonged in that room, and it's now on me to get spun up on the topic, to be smart enough on it, but somebody, somewhere, believes that you belong in the room, or they wouldn't have taken the moment to understand all of your background and say, I believe that Shannon Smith in the future can do all of these things. Donnell, Veterans Growing America, and you all should remember this organization, Veterans Growing America, focuses on empowering veterans as entrepreneurs, business owners, and economic drivers. Here we are at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, where we sit at the intersection of business and policy every single day, and we know how important small business is to America and to Main Street and to the communities that we live in. Have you seen entrepreneurship shift the narrative from veterans being beneficiaries of services to builders of actual opportunity in their communities?
100%, and on a daily basis. When I got out of the military in 2016, I was bombarded with hearing PTSD, suicide, and homelessness. And what I learned in the military was this thing called psychological warfare. If you hear something over and over and over again, it becomes the truth. And I wanted to combat that at the same time as help entrepreneurs. And so I didn't see a space where I'll call it the execution of business. I didn't see a space where there was an execution of business in the forefront when it comes to veterans. You can find it online, you can find educational institutions, but there was really no place where you can go and physically shop and support veterans. And so I was like, why don't I create it? And I had to go a couple of places to see what it looks like. And then once I found it, and we started doing our events, people came out and supported. And I was like, you know what, we're on to something. And there was a different conversation people were having about our community, and it empowered people in a different way. And so when people walked in the store and they saw somebody selling a product that they can make in their house, it was like, oh, I could sell that. Then I also found out that some of the veterans were making things that helped them deal with the stuff and the stressors that they were going through. This one young lady, she came into the store and she brought in I call it a fish tank for plants. and it's called a terrarium. I didn't know what it was. She was like, hey.
For all your pet rocks.
Yeah. I was like, I didn't know what this thing was. And she brought it in and she was like, hey, I'm going to give this to you and you can give it out during your raffles. And I was like, this is too nice to give away. I'm keeping this, but what is it? And it was a terrarium, and she was like, I make these to deal with my PTSD. I was like, wow. And her husband was standing next to him, and he was like, we need to get rid of these things.
And thus the business was born.
Yes, and that's the business was born. And so I was like, you know what? I said, I'll take this one, but the rest of these you have to sell.
Yeah.
And I actually donated a space for her to sell her terrariums. And I remember the first sale that she got, and it blew her mind. I just saw her whole demeanor change. And then I also saw people walking through the door of our store, and they never knew what veterans look like, right? On TV, you know, veterans are the guys that wear the hats, they're old guys with beards and all of that, but they don't know that we look like us. And so when they walk,
every single day in our communities.
yes.
Right? Yeah.
And so they walk through the door, and the first thing that they do is they stop. And then they look around and they see all of these people, real people. And then they see the products that they offer, and I can see them going around and they get to hear the stories about these veterans. They get to learn about their products and/or services. They get to learn why they created it. And they get to see these people as leaders, as heroes, as entrepreneurs, and as human beings. And so I believe that we're changing the narrative of how people support. In fact, people come through our doors on a daily basis being like, do you know a plumber that's a veteran? Do you know a veteran that moves this? I get calls on a daily basis just asking how they can support our community. And I'm proud of that because I'm not hearing those stories as much anymore, right? And organizations are changing and shifting because they want to help and support our community. But by helping and support our community, it's helping us intrinsically, it's also helping us financially, and then we're able to create jobs as well. So I call it the triple win, and that's what we're providing at Veterans Growing America.
I love that. And you are creating change and impact every time somebody walks through or every time they reach out to you. When or where can people find Veterans Growing America if they're in this area? Like, where can we
So our
send them
store is located in Woodbridge. This is the beauty of it, right? So we're in the Stonebridge Shopping Center. And I've always wanted a Fortune 500 company. It's not a Fortune 500 company yet, but our store is right next door to Fortune 500 companies.
You're Jason.
I love
Yes.
it.
And all of the veterans that come to our store, to include everybody here, you guys got to go to Woodbridge and do some shopping with us. You got to spend at least $20 per person. Or $100, whatever. And it'll be processed through Fiserv's Clover
Happily,
device.
that's safe.
So you'll have the data.
And then you can swing by the Minute Clinic.
That's
and
right.
And then everyone go get their flu shots.
Pick up your prescriptions at CVS.
Exactly.
And then you have the whole community covered.
Right.
So
It's a triple win.
Ice cream, ice cream.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so we've had an opportunity to hear from each of our panelists, and now I want to get more to the conversation part and the sharing. And so, you know, for any of you, what does meaningful partnership with veterans look like, and where are still the greatest opportunities for collaboration?
So for me, it can be something as little as liking and sharing a post, right? And it could be as big as sponsoring and donating. It could also be coming to our store and shopping with our veteran and military spouses. It could also be if you own another business and you provide a service, providing that service for one of our entrepreneurs.
That's a great idea.
There's a lot that can be done, and there's a lot that you can share, you know, education, training, bring your family. If you have friends that live in it, let's say you don't live here, but you have a cousin that lives here, make them come to Veterans Growing America. That's meaningful partnership.
Yeah, to me, I think meaningful partnership is not only allowing them into the room, but giving them a seat at the table and giving them the opportunity to shape the decisions that are going and design the solutions that are going to benefit, the community. And I think the people that are closest to the problem are usually the ones with the best answers. And so I'm super proud at, CVS, we have this problem of we don't have enough nurses and we don't have enough clinicians. And a little group of us veterans got together and said, well, what if we look at, this community and build the pipeline? And again, it's the people that are closest to it sometimes come up with the best answers, but it's really, you got to let them have a seat at the table to be able to shape those decisions.
I agree with you, and I love that you guys were able to create a solution that is impactful simply by leveraging the group of minds that you have access to. I am a military spouse for many, many years, and we advocate strongly every single day for opportunities for military spouses. But one of the pieces I leave every military spouse with that we interact with is, it is now on you to extend your hand back. So when you talk about giving a seat at the table, people don't have to be the 100% perfect fit to get a seat at the table, right? And oftentimes this community opts out because they think, oh, I am not 100% like, do I belong at a finance table with you? No, but maybe I belong there for an opportunity to learn, to find a pathway. And so I appreciate your nod to giving people a seat at the table, extending your hand backward, creating opportunity. Viv, do you have anything to add?
I just double click on that. And this is a time for our community, because I like with AI, right? I think every panel or every seminar that you've seen in the past 3 months is like AI. How do we do it? How do we leverage it? How do we make sure that we're extending it to nonprofits? How are corporations using it responsibly, ethically? I think it's a great time for military to stand, to drive that, to lead in that. But I also think, I think you mentioned, skilled trades, and that is also a renaissance and an opportunity, and one that we are also uniquely faced and ready to lead on. And so it's a great time, I think, to be in any corporate, any sector, any REIT, any geography. Shannon, your point about the nurses, I immediately thought we just held in Georgia a veterans legislative breakfast. Was that the number one thing for FISERV, legislation in Georgia? No, but collectively it is, because the policies that are made at the state level with reciprocity and licensure for military spouses and veterans transitioning out affects their ability to immediately begin work in the different states that they move to. And I immediately thought of that because in Georgia, we passed the legislation written by a military spouse, by the way. But then we had problems. We've had problems with the licensing board, kind of operationalizing that because of the position that was in the Secretary of State's office. So there's not no one entity, industry, geography, or organization has the answer to everything. And so when we say empowering veterans, enriching communities, partnering with veterans, no one is better suited, because we are kind of the people we've been waiting for. This is our moment. I'm not going to say the world is in chaos, but there's a lot of
opportunity.
There's a lot of opportunity, and no one is better fit to lead or follow, because this is the thing that I do. This is the thing that you do. I'm going to use the first best resource that I have to do the thing that I do, so that you can use the first best resource that you have to do your thing, and we can be mutually. It can be a mutually beneficial relationship that also, by the way, creates opportunity, access, and exposure for others, so that I can surround myself with people who are, smart and driven and have an intent to serve beyond whatever that, quarter's margins are.
I love that, which it certainly leads me to my next question. And I know that we see this every day at Hiring Our Heroes, because most people think of transition as a single point in time. Well, if I'm a military spouse, I am in a constant state of transition every 2 to 3 years. If you are a transitioning service member that then becomes a veteran, you go through multiple transitions over the course of your second career. And you may go through where you go to work for corporate America, you then transition to a nonprofit, and then you finally have all this knowledge and you think, I want to become an entrepreneur, right? And so this transition doesn't happen over a single moment of time, and you accumulate a massive amount of knowledge during the process. And I watch it with caregivers as well, and children that are caregivers, and how it impacts their life and how they can drive change in their communities. And I think we have to start thinking about and talking about examples of work where you see veterans and the military-connected community serving as catalysts for change that are actually creating impact that extend far beyond the military community. I'm always thinking about like caregivers and an Elizabeth Dole Foundation and how that sets a model for the rest of America, and how when we create opportunity and solutions in the military-connected community, they're often scalable. So would welcome any examples that you've seen at work in your communities that then go far beyond.
So when we started our military programming back in like 2014, again, it was, what I was hired to do was build a program, by the way, that had been at a very large company with a lot of resources, and then thrown into a company that had no resources, but the same vision, which I think it relates a lot to the military, in that, you do a lot with a little, with no resources and no intel, and under, dire circumstances, and there's no option for failure. And that sets you up wonderfully. What we did was, what organizations are you going to give money to? Well, you have to do some digging. Who already exists? What's the military population that you have? What are they doing in their spare time? We've changed over the years who we have locally given to in the veterans community based on veterans that work for us that say, off the side of my desk, I've been working with this group. And then we say, oh, well, let's pilot that. I love a good pilot. Anyone, if you want to test a pilot out, we are the people to do it with, because we have a large enough base to say, well, we could try anything once. And with the veteran population and military spouses, you usually get back the data like that, and then you're like, oh, now I have a provable case. We did it, and we did it through procurement and grants. And when you can get small pilots with small swag purchases that you're gonna do anyway. If you're having a golf tournament, if you're the beneficiary of a golf tournament, if you're funding a golf tournament, if you love to play golf and people ask you to play because you're good at it, the swag that they give away there, you could tie that back to veterans and military spouse products that are probably in your ecosystem anyway, because they're it's in your community, and then because it differentiates, and I think the spenders are looking more at not just what you do, but how you do it, and is it local? Is it veteran? And you can do both, and you can do all of it, and you can do it easily. And so I think that's how we've built our program.
Yeah, and I'd ask either of you, from a healthcare perspective or entrepreneurial perspective, have you seen models that started within the veteran-connected community and then replicated at scale?
We actually have a great example that's sitting right at the table over here, Robin Grable. I met Robin back in 2017, and this is way before Veterans Growing America was in existence. And I ran this organization called 1 Million Cups. And she came and presented, at the time it was Veterans Ascend, as an idea. And to watch her take that from Veterans Ascend to Ascending Coalition, where there's 50 teams of veterans that support and train them to be able to go into corporate America. I mean, from an idea to be able to execute something like that for our military community is phenomenal. And so I would love for y'all to give her a round of applause. And I try to surround myself with people that are doing amazing things because it makes you want to work a little bit harder to support your community. My job in the military, I was a command sergeant major, but they say CSM, and so I changed it to customer service manager. And the reason why I changed it to customer service manager is because my customer is my job to make sure that they're successful. And so I try to make sure that I'm able to get the best out of everybody that I'm around and see them grow to their full potential. And so I see their success before they even have it. And I just motivate them and try to help them get there. So there's a lot of change makers in this audience right now that I look at. And I want to say all of your names, but continue on that mission to be able to change your community. You have a big voice. You can do huge things out there. You just have to have the courage to be able to do it.
Absolutely. Okay. I think about the fact through the lens of a military spouse that works and has children who keep showing up every single day with a need. But when I first re-entered the workforce and we were here in the DC area, we'd moved from Germany, and it was a 2-year wait list on installations to get my youngest access to childcare. And that is not unique to our military-connected community. It's a problem at large for America. And I've been so impressed recently with the model to create change where Department of War invested a grant with Armed Services YMCA for them to build child care facilities outside of those locations that are overflowing. Here, Virginia Beach area, San Diego, San Antonio. And so they're creating a model now where we are then pipelining and finding talent to go to work in those daycare facilities. There's opportunity for growth if I choose to take that path to pursue an associate's degree, et cetera. And these are models that can be scaled at large for the American community when we teach folks, hey, this is what worked. We partnered with government, we partnered with nonprofit, big business came alongside, and how we create that ecosystem. So I know we're getting short on time, but I think this might be the most important question of the whole discussion. Shannon, I'll go to you first, but what do you think is one action those folks that are in the audience can take in the next 90 days to elevate veterans as advisors, decision makers, entrepreneurs, community leaders, rather than just beneficiaries?
Yeah, I think giving someone influence, not just assistance. So finding a board for them to serve on, putting them on a strategic planning team, giving them an opportunity to be part of the decision making, I think is one thing, we can all do. I was very grateful that, someone asked me to be part of a board, be AWP, and allow me to continue to serve this community. So again, if I can find a board for someone else to participate on, give them assistance, because I think people I think the veteran community, right, they want to serve the mission, right? Most of us, we're not looking for a handout. We're looking for opportunity to continue to serve.
I appreciate that. And your presence on the board ultimately makes the nonprofit better, which then impacts the community. So excellent. Donnell?
So one of our priorities is to get America to shop veteran first, right? And so what you can do within the next 90 days is figure out if there's a veteran-owned business wherever you live and support them. Whether you're moving, find a veteran moving company. If you're going out to eat, I'm sure that there's veterans out there that have restaurants. Whatever you do, support a veteran entrepreneur in any way possible, to include, like I said earlier, liking and sharing. And then, like she said, if you're an employer, give them a seat at the table. We are mission-driven individuals, and you give them a mission and you get out the way, you'll be blown away by what they're able to help you accomplish.
And I mean, we're all getting new information, a lot of it, right? Between yesterday and today, there's some of the best groups in the country that are doing work across the country are going to have shared what they're doing, their best practices, and so it's a lot. After these, I always go home and then I do what some of the best advice I've ever gotten from someone was: think big, act small, move quick. So take a second to think all the big thoughts that, like, hey, wow, I heard this, this, and this, and I think like I can do something in the middle, or I'd like to connect to people that really, again, lead, follow. You can't get out of the way, even if it has nothing to do with your day job. Maybe you know two people that you can connect. Think big, act small, and then move quick. I like to ask forgiveness rather than permission. I think some of you do that too, which is a good thing because otherwise we wouldn't get anywhere. But yeah, reflect on the things that you've heard from every, mental health, caregiving, entrepreneurship, hiring, just taking care of your own self so that you can, be ready to help the next person. Think those big thoughts, but don't let analysis paralysis get in your way. Move quick.
All right, so great takeaways from today. I'm tracking think big, act small, move quick, give folks a seat at the table, like, click, and share. How easy is that? Shop veteran small business and military spouse small business. The opportunity, access, and exposure, unbelievably important, and influence, not just assistance. And so I encourage you as you leave here in the next 90 days to find an opportunity to create interaction. And it doesn't only have to be with a veteran service organization. Look to your left and your right and what exists in your communities and how you can help bridge that gap every single day. I want to thank each of you for agreeing to be on the panel. I love the discussions. I love the diversity of thought. I love the impact that you each drive every single day in your communities, because that's a choice, and you continue to give and you continue to create change, and especially certainly to Fiserv and CVS Health for finding ways to support AWP in this discussion today. And I hope each of you found something to take back when you go back to your communities. And thank you to all of you for caring and for continuing to drive change.
We hope you enjoyed the panel discussion led by Liz O'Brien. Please welcome Jim Lorraine back to the stage to introduce the next session.
Hi, everybody. Bonnie Carroll, welcome. Thank you for being here. By the way, if anybody hasn't met Bonnie Carroll, you need to meet Bonnie Carroll, the founder of TAPS. Whenever we get together and we're in a room, thank you, we're in a room and people say, okay, who's been doing this work the longest? I'm usually the one with my hand up, but then Bonnie beats me by about 10 years. So Bonnie, thank you for everything you've done at TAPS, and thanks for being here. We have a treat that and it's my really, really good friend, Dr. Linda Davis, who runs the Veterans Experience Office for the VA. I'm going to tell you a little story. I'm not going to talk much about Dr. Davis. You can look her up. She's got a long history. She's a veteran, Army veteran, long history, but she's the most compassionate person I've ever met. And I'll tell you the story. I was working in the Pentagon. I was working for Admiral Mullen. I was up at a meeting with Dr. Davis in her office, and the good fortune was she was on the 5th floor in the A ring, which if you know the Pentagon, 5th floor A ring, you get a signal on your cell phone. And I was sitting there meeting with her, and I had my BlackBerry, that shows my age too. I had my BlackBerry sitting on the table, and it rang. And it was a person that worked with my wife, and my wife was running the clinic at Special Operations Command. She was a nurse practitioner, and the phone rang, and it was her coworker who said, "Jim, we found Becky down. We're not sure what happened. She's unresponsive, and I don't know what we're taking her to the hospital." Well, I was in the Pentagon. I had a flight that night that was coming home at 5:30 that night. It was probably around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And I was panicked. I was like, oh my God. Well, Dr. Davis flipped from being a colleague to a support, to a great friend. She was like, okay, let's figure this out. Let's figure out how we get you to national. Do you need to go now? And I said, no, I've already got a flight, and I know there's not another one because I've done this travel so much. And I said, and she said, let's figure this out together. I got you. And I was like, okay, got it, and kept getting updates on my phone, and calls from the hospital that Becky was still unresponsive, and it was really tough. But Linda was there. Linda was there until I got on that plane. And Linda was there until I got to the National. And so without further ado, I just dropped her notes. Without further ado, I want to tell you, this is Linda Davis. You need to listen to Linda. She's a wonderful woman and a great friend. Thanks.
Hi, we're already friends, right? Everybody who's in here who's not my friend, right? I want to take you out back, and we're going to become friends one way or the other. I don't know, this is my 13th AWP convening. Wow, what a ways that we have come. And I just want to have some time to do a Q&A. You know where I live. You know how to get in touch with me. I want to do a few things like a little update in context of these topics we have. Empowering veterans, which you all do, which basically we are here to support. You're doing that. And then enriching the communities. And I hope I have something new to say a little bit that is of interest. When in 2016, when the idea of customer experience came into the head of the then secretary, it was because if you use the metrics that the private sector uses to measure the customer experience and satisfaction with a product or a service, that was at 49%. 49% of veterans trusted the VA. That's an overall, that's benefits together, health, everything. Now, because we have been working for 10 years to focus on the experience and improving that with ease, effectiveness, emotional resonance, with everything from now just wait till the new announcement about scheduling comes on, and working especially with all of you out in the communities, we have increased that overall trust score to 82%, and we're going and moving it farther. So, thank you. That's something we do together, just with the secretary, and the emphasis on community engagement. That's what you were talking about, empowering communities. I want to show you just a little bit about what we are doing in my office, you know, the Veteran Experience Office, that I've been fortunate to come back to a second time. You know, I can't keep a job. Thanks, TAPS. No. That in the private sector, I love working in the public sector and with you all and what we're able to do to continue to be of service, right? We're all here, we've all raised our hand, we never put it down, and there's no better job, you know, in or out of uniform than to be in public service. So together, I want to share a little bit about how we are increasing the ways in which we are together listening to veterans, because you are a part of all of this, your organizations. So in my office now, we have different things that we do, and you've heard about the surveys before. You see there's 188 of them, and this goes into when a veteran has their outpatient service. We are able to ask them, you know, immediately, how was that? And we're able to immediately feed that information back to not only the director of the facility, but also back to patient advocates. Take some action. Did they get their meds? Do something about it. We do this across the department, benefits, health, etc. We have the phone line that you know, that we have the 24/7. We have incredible agents, very, very dedicated, extremely well trained. We're automating that, parts of that, with additional things in terms of being able to ask questions and using AI. That's occurring now. We've got these a special office of client relations that looks across the department, and how are we doing case management? How well are we doing that together? How do we hand off between one administration and another? And we've got screaming great our comms team. A lot of you know Tim Hudak, and we're doing social media listening now, adding things like Sprinkler, beyond Hootsuite, all of that, to try to understand, is a veteran posting to the secretary's post in a way that indicates they are at risk or that we need to take some action. Warm handoffs to VCL, that's the Veteran Crisis Line, or the Homeless Hotline, doing things like that. One of the things I would be remiss if I didn't talk about and introduce a member of our team that you may not know, Cajun Como, raise your hand. And you're not related to Melissa, so I don't want anybody to feel that he's Melissa's problem. Okay. Cajun is a member of my team, a leader member of the team that does the community partnerships. So we're going to talk a lot about that today. That's what I want to hear is emphasize what we are doing to help you, empower you, and in key areas, and how we can improve your outreach to your constituents, veterans, families, caregivers, and survivors, and help you target the groups that matter most to you and that you can serve most, okay? Whether it's with actual events like we just did in Columbus, or whether it's communications. Because one of the things I have is I have the database that has all the veterans and their demographics. And that is such an important way that we can reach out to them. We just had, for instance, one of the things that we do, we just reached out to veterans in the Seattle area, in the Washington, the Spokane wildfires also. And the national disaster responses that we do directly to veterans before, during, and after are very, very important. We delivered tens of thousands of these, and it's not just by email, because of course, it's a disaster. I'm not looking, I don't have access to the internet. But what I do have access to also is chat, to text. When we did the PACT Act, we got access to individuals. They let us have access to their text and told us whether or not they wanted chat. So now we're able to use those for other things, like there is a disaster, here's where to go, here's where to get help. Right now we're referring largely to federal agencies. Wouldn't it be nice if we could refer to a local organization, a VSO, a nonprofit, a faith-based, a CVEB member, a VRCN member? I just told the secretary this morning we were going to do that because we're going to do it with you all, okay? You are the boots on the ground for a disaster. Anyway, so these are the ways we use our tools, data, etc., and technology to reach out, and we want to hear, but then we want to do something about what we hear. So we want to share with veterans in a way that's usable, relevant, timely, about the veterans, the benefits that we have, and we want to add your benefits too. If you all get the vet newsletter, you see that as much as possible, we try to include the resources that you all have for veterans that you're offering in your communities for free, and when they're relevant. So relevance, what is relevance? Right now, you know, there's a major initiative in terms of national defense. We're looking at key areas where we have to employ veterans: trucking, shipbuilding, IT. These are ways in which we can have stories about our community partners that are doing things related to education, employment, whether it's for the veteran, or it's for the spouse, or it's for the children. We need to work together to do things like this that is relevant to the population we're working for, and relevant to our national defense needs too. So we look at these, and when we send them out and how it's relevant, I want your resources to be in here so that we can send it when we package information to somebody. It's not just, hey, come to the VA. It's, did you also know that there is a TAPS care group that meets on Saturdays in your backyard? And sorry, I'm not biased about TAPS, not at all. Just because they saved my life, but I love you all, okay? We'll get that out of the way. So resources here, we have And this is where we really, really like to work with not only one source, Military One Source, but also with the National Resource Directory. I was able to be at the Domestic Policy Tuesday to talk about the National Resource Directory, which we all started back in '07, right after 9/11. How do we get all these resources together? If you're not in there, please let us help you get in there. Another thing that we do, and this is the database. I told you we have this database now that we're able to understand where veterans are, where they live, how they're functioning, not only things like gender and age, but in the aggregate, I can get down to a geographic area and understand the medical needs. How many people are using the prosthetic clinics? How many people are using the vet centers? What is in a way, what are the proxies for the risk factors of the cohort, the veterans living in that geographic area? Wouldn't it be good if together we could go into an area and talk about a scan of what are the needs of the veterans, families, caregivers, and survivors, of the indicators we have and the indicators you have, and then look at how we can fill them together, how we can have almost like a more comprehensive vet fair like we had, thanks to Cajun's work and his team. We had it in Columbus, Georgia. Some of you were there, some of you were participating, where we have a one-stop, and it's in a community that has a high need, and we're able to go there and bring all of the resources, not only of the VA, but the DOD and the DOL and agriculture, and all of you who have a relevant stake in that community with that population. That is something we can do, and one of the ways we'll do it, we'll hear about it, is through the Veteran Community Resource Network and the CVEBs. The CVEBs is Community Veteran Engagement Boards. Oh, good, I get to stay. I get to continue my job. So this VACOM is an incredibly powerful tool that we have. And, lo and behold, it's in my office. And it helps inform everything we do and all of our outreach, and not just for things like disaster assistance. But it also helps in any time we have a new product from the VA, or there is something we want to make sure that is well known because we've seen an uptick. Maybe there's an infection in a specific geographic area. Maybe there's a problem with the water. But maybe, just maybe, as I mentioned before, we have a new tool that's going to be introduced in the VHA for scheduling. Wow. Wouldn't that be fabulous? Yes, yes. Scheduling, what are the biggest challenges that the veterans, families, caregivers have trying to get access? It's scheduling, it's navigation, it's understanding the system, it's reading the letters. All of those areas, I want you to help reinforce the problems your constituents that you're working with have in accessing the benefits they have earned and deserved. The surveys I talked to you about, those have open-ended comments. We hear tens of thousands of comments by geographic location of what the service is and what the problem is, so that we can do something about it. But I want you all to tell us too. And that's partly what the Veteran Community Resource Network is about. When we have our meetings, when you have access to Cajun and to Megan, is to reach out and tell us, hey, in our backyard, we're having this, our veterans have experienced this problem with scheduling, or this problem with billing, or this problem with transportation. Whatever it is, there's a problem in the columbarium in this particular cemetery. We want to know about it, because that I can elevate not only to the people in charge at the local level, but to the secretary's level, because sometimes these are not just local issues. They're ones that go much broader, like scheduling, and need a major overhaul. Anyway, this tool is miraculous and gets used a lot. One of the things we're using it on right now is enrollment. If someone isn't enrolled, they don't have the option of using the services that they have earned and deserved. So we're doing a big thrust with this is to enroll people over the next, completed over the next 6 months, and make sure that they are getting the emails, the chat if they want it, they're getting the text, they're getting phone calls from a VA medical center, they're getting postcards, because some of us still like to write and have, read actually hard copy. So a variety of ways we're reaching out. We're having town halls at every VA medical center. Please, please make sure that you are engaged with the local VA medical center. The RO, yes, the regional office, yes, but especially the medical center. Make sure they know you, make sure their patient advocates and their external people know you. Make sure they include you in their town halls when they're referencing local resources. We want you all to be used more as a primary, important, integral service to what we are adding. So I've talked about the Veteran Resource Community Network. I have to read my own thoughts because the brain's going. This organization is a valuable way for you all to make sure that you have more direct access to not just my office, but to the whole of VA. How many are members? How many are an organization that is involved? You can raise your hand, Bonnie. Okay. So not all of you are representing an organization. Some are corporate. Guess what? We have corporations in here too. Guess what? We have state agencies and local agencies in there too. Okay? So there's no one in the room, probably, that should be excluded. And what are the kinds of benefits? I identified some of them on this on this slide. What we're redoing is we are validating organizations with our general counsel and our strategic partnership office so that you have an identified public relationship with the Department of Veterans Affairs as you're a member of this network, okay? It's maybe a faster ramp to get some things net in terms of our collaboration. So when we talk about here building communities, this is the way I would encourage you all to look at doing. Make sure you're taking advantage of this. We talked about empowering veterans because their voices are being heard, they're able to speak directly, we do listen, but this is the community network which helps empower you all. So we not only have the Veteran Community Network, but which meets regularly. It has communities of practice that we'll look at. One is employment with ACP, et cetera, and mentorships, a lot of different ones. And you can tell us what you'd like to start and lead. But we also have, I mentioned the CVEBs, just to make sure Cajun's happy. The CVEBs are on here, they are stars. We had a lot of them when we started in 16, 17, 18. What it is, it's a coalition, it's a naturally occurring coalition in a geographic area that involves the agencies, it involves the nonprofits, the faith-based, the VSOs, coming together, a self-governance to identify how we're going to work together to support the veterans. We have found that sometimes it doesn't occur organically in a geographic area, but it needs a little bit of nudging, and it needs a little bit of encouragement. And sometimes it needs a little bit of whipping them into shape. So we go out there and help do that, help empower them, give them additional information, hold a vet fair in their geographic area. Get the attention you all want and need to be able to deliver at the local level. And this includes not just in person, but it's also the virtual, because we want to make sure that those groups, for instance, there's a lot of peer support that happens online that is essential. And that also gets wrapped into the kinds of services we delivered. But I would strongly encourage you to think about starting or becoming part of a CVEB. And Cajun, raise your hand again. You're in the back. Okay, stay there. Please. Make sure that you, if you have a question about this, that you reach out to him. I know nothing. I want to make sure that we get as many of these out of this as possible so that we make Jim happy and we've done community empowerment, community capability, community building. And with that, I wanted to make sure that we had time to talk. So we're going to be able to ask questions, any questions, and we'll just, spend some time and see how I can help answer your questions about the VA. And if I can't answer or I don't want to answer, I'll just say no. None of your business, but I'll try. Anybody have a question, comment, concern? Okay.
So I'm a mental health professional. I'm a nurse practitioner. I'm in the private sector, but I work for veterans. I have a lot of patients there, and in the community care that they get, it says they can have TMS, transcranial magnetic stimulation, as one of their treatments. However, I'm in Phoenix. They would like them to go, even though they have suicidal ideation, and we can get them on the machine tomorrow. They make them go back to the VA for
another approval. And
well, this is where it gets a little sticky. It's 2-hour appointments, 3 times, 3 weeks apart.
So I don't want to cut you off because this is really important. And I don't know how many of you are part of the community care network. You certainly have veterans impacted by this. What you're saying is just like scheduling is a barrier to getting into the VA and scheduling for community care services is a challenge.
We already have them. It's just that now we can't order what's even on there.
Exactly. And we then need to do second and third opinions, and sometimes you have to come back to us again and see our doctors before we go out. So I would like to work with you one-to-one and get this today to the head of the CCN and also to the acting Undersecretary of Health. It's a great example because especially, I'm a vet, you can tell, I'm crazy as hell. And don't deny me, don't deny me what I or my kids or anybody else in this room needs. So we will thank you for your commitment to help, and we'll work on this.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. God, it makes me so mad when we hear things like that. Yeah.
Good morning. Just going through my own experience as a veteran transitioning out of the Army, there are a lot of benefits, things that we're eligible for, and a lot of time it's like parsed out or it's like hard to find sometimes like that. And at times, like even I didn't learn about some of my benefits until like some social media influencers were out there talking about it. They were helping me understand what it was, and then some actually want you to pay them to help understand some of those benefits.
Oh yeah, that's a whole, do not pay anyone to get any help, including especially with your benefits. Do not. We're digging into the fraud. If we're going to publish the amount that lawyers, shysters, other people take out of your benefits when they get help from you. Anyway, sorry to divert, but yes, you didn't know.
Right.
Most of us don't.
Right. So I guess my question is, how is the VA looking at how to help veterans better understand what their benefits are, even for themselves, their dependents, things like that?
Yes.
Are they looking at how to improve that?
Yes, and I love that you included dependents. I got a chance to be with our military kids last night. What a great thing. So a couple things that we're doing. My office, with using the VACOM, we have now the ability to reach out to veterans at 3, 6, 9, and 18 months, service members, and we reach out to them in advance and start this intent to file, start informing them about what will be their benefits and why they should file. We also have the welcome kit. Jose, can we make sure that everybody through AWP has the QR code for the welcome kit? We're doing things with the transition office at DOW and our VBA to make sure that service members in advance, we're working with DOW MCFP, Military Community Family Policy. I ran it, I don't remember the acronym anyway. Yeah, something like that. So that it's not just the veteran that has to remember, the service member, because we just went out. And I'm still healthy and I don't need all this, but it's the family members, the spouse, the dependents need to know. Boy, you're good looking. Sorry. I'm losing all filters the older I get, you know. They're going to put me in a box very soon. But we are trying to do everything we can to do that. Now, the Women's Summit, the Women Veterans Summit, you know, that was just for that, for the women who didn't know. And of that, there were thousands of women in San Antonio 2 weeks ago or so. And so the Center for Women Veterans, half of them weren't enrolled, or 2/3. They were showing up for the first time, and some of them were my age, really old. So it's a problem. We're working with DOL, DOW, and how we get the transition better. No one wants to sit through the old TAP classes that we had to, right? It's just, so we'll make sure you have so you can share all your organizations. The first thing to do is share the welcome kit, how you get in. But also, we are reaching out to prepare people so it's not a shock. Even if you have a veteran who hasn't enrolled and they're 55, get in. Some of us wait until we're retired. Get in. Because if you need assisted living, you need, you know, it's very expensive, and we want to help. Thank you for mentioning that. Okay, we've got, yeah.
Hey, Linda.
Oh, hello, Jackie.
You know
Jackie,
I love you.
Jackie of the Office of Suicide Prevention and 1,000 other things, including whistleblowers. Thank you, ma'am.
So, you know, I do a lot of the work with people who are facing the barriers to care. So I've got 2 issues that have really percolated up in the last year. One are veterans who make suicide attempts first are reviewed for willful misconduct, which becomes a barrier for them to accessing care. And I've got stories.
You mean veterans or service members?
So I've got one that's a veteran right now. We've been working with a law firm to resolve his issue, and the second one was an active duty female. They both have made suicide attempts, and the VA denied them their benefits because of willful misconduct. So I think we need to look at
I think that's worth looking at.
Yeah, let's talk about this.
Yeah.
And then my second
yes.
issue is then once a veteran has been seen for mental health, there's some of the networks, I don't know if it's all, are limiting mental health sessions to 24 sessions of care, and then they're being told they will lose privileges if they don't disenroll the veteran and make them start over.
I would love to have that information, Jackie, and you know I will share it. Thank you very much. Thanks for all you continue to do. Just don't blow the whistle on me. Okay. No, we'll. Well, okay. So yeah, we'll talk about that one, especially the suicide and risk factors. Hello, young man.
How you doing?
Good.
You look beautiful, by the way.
Thank you.
So my question is about the VR and E program.
Yes.
There's a self-employment track, and I've had several veterans try to apply for the self-employment track, but get denied even before they submit their documents. And one of the biggest issues that they're having is, I applied for it 2 years ago, and the counselor that I met with didn't even know anything about the program. I had to educate her and take her to the website and show her that there was a program there.
VR&E counselor. Cajun, could you listen to this? You're going to talk to this young man. Yes.
Yeah, so when I applied for it, they didn't even know about the self-employment track.
Okay.
And I was denied, and then a couple of my members applied for it, and they were denied over the phone when they went to the call.
Somebody else had that experience? Oh, you did too? I'm sorry. I'm going to touch you. I'm going to see where you. Veterans Growing America. Okay, we want to.
Donnell Johns, yes.
So that's a problem.
Yes.
One of the training, accuracy. And there's nothing more disappointing to say, oh, well, you're not, oh, well, you can't, you know. That person is supposed to be the expert. If they're not, it's our fault, my fault. They shouldn't give out wrong information. We need to have that feedback, and we need to educate it and make sure that those individuals. My office does a lot of training. When an administration, a medical center, or an RO asks us to come in, and we begin to look at, is the information you are relying on accurate? Regulations change, laws change, things like that. But I'm sorry for the problem that you had and others are having, and they're having that now. And you can tell me where they're calling or where geographic area. Well, both of you, let's get that information. Love to get that. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I'd love to let my friends at VBA know that we got an opportunity to improve. Thank you. I'm sorry for that. And if you need help, we'll get it for you too. So you see here, as we're empowering veterans, individual veterans, because they have a problem, it creates a better experience for the whole community. Oh,
I'm going to try to do this without getting upset. My niece got out of the military and was delayed in her DD-214, and she had been trying to get out medically. She went to the VA and was told she wouldn't qualify. She had served 17 years, and because she didn't have her current DD-214, they would not take her. I would like to see a question asked when people come into the VA with that experience, that the person at the desk would say, hold on, and let me see if I can find one of your prior DD-214s, so she could have been served. She ended up dying 3 months later because she couldn't get medical service. A simple question. Can I help you find prior DD-214s?
Nevada. We'll follow up with that, and what I would like to do is to make sure that we understand the facility. 214s are a big pain in the neck. I mean, mine information is what they burned down, everything burned down in St. Louis, but no is not the answer. No is never, ever, ever the answer. You know, we need to understand how we can problem solve, whether it's the problem with an external provider trying to treat someone with PTS or mental health, or it's somebody getting into care, or if it's somebody trying to get vocational assistance, or a new veteran trying to get into the system. No is never the answer. It is not, we don't know, we can't do it. It's, let me figure it out. Let me try to help you. Let me see what we can do. And I really need you all to reinforce that you want, that's the message that this secretary wants us to hear. And the more I hear from you, even the worst gory stories, the more I can feed back and convince some people who are a little bit reticent or afraid or don't know how. Everybody wants to do the right thing, but some of them, they don't know how, and they have to figure it out. So no is not the answer. And one of the things the secretary says, and excuse my potty mouth, is stop doing stupid shit. Okay? But that's what we all need to do, and that means saying no. That's about as stupid as you can get. Okay.
Hey, Dr. Davis, I'm Charlie from South Carolina.
Hey,
I've been
Charlie.
involved with my local
How are you
CVEB.
doing?
Good, ma'am.
Good.
I've been
good.
involved with my local CVEB for about 12 years now, and really appreciate VEO continuing to champion those. But we found that they're pretty informal. To my knowledge, I think Bob Woodruff Foundation is one of the only groups that actually helps resource CVEBs financially. So is there any vision from VEO to try to resource these CVEBs so they become a bit more formal and more than just a network, but more of kind of a collective impact organization at the local level?
That's a really good question. Cajun, how much money do you have on you? So, how are you today? It's come up before when we were really active in them. So let's see. The question is, what do we need money for? The question is, before money, status, recognition, respect, information. You need people to understand who you are and what you do, and that you make a positive difference. So there's some of these things that can be done without direct grants, let's say, or contracts. So that's a lot. We have a lot of the ability to work on those. But how can we help, for instance, your governor, your mayor, your the other groups like a Bob Woodworth or others? Oh, Lee just had a great granddaughter, grandson. She's so happy. It's wonderful. They're a good organization. Sorry. We need to work on how we can raise the visibility and the respect and the understanding of the difference you make. We can give you the metrics that show the impact that then translate into get money for the coalition. Or this is a thing, since they're all separate, they're all different across the country in terms of membership and what their emphasis on, it's a self-governance. So I'd love to pursue that and see exactly what kind of resources that you need. We can talk about that, okay? We'll get all of you together and have that discussion. What do you need most? What comes first, second, and third to answer things like this? Thank you for asking, Charlie.
Hi, Dr. Davis. My name is Eric Franklin. I live in Central Texas. So I went through the VRNE. I know they just spoke about it, but I went through the VRNE. It took me months to get an appointment. And then they said, oh, your appointment is going to be on a Tuesday at 7 p.m. I said, okay. I had all my files. I had my doctor's note saying, hey, it would help him to do something else. And I sat there, and the counselor that I had been talking to wasn't on the call. It was someone new. She retook all my notes, and then I got off the phone at 7:25, and by 7 a.m. the next morning, I got a denial letter. Like, I feel like she just looked at it and closed it. And then after that, I sat back and I've asked, it took me from, that was May. I just got a response back because I continued to sit back and ask the VA, go through the Ask VA, hey, why was my stuff denied? And it was like, oh, we're gonna send it to a supervisor, you'll get a call back in 3 to 5 days. I did it again. It took me 4 times, and I said, hey, I wanna elevate. I kept having to, I don't wanna say threaten, but I kept saying, hey, who do I elevate this to? And the last time I spoke with them was the 22nd. It's like, oh, you'll hear something by the 1st. I still haven't heard anything, and I know in the Waco area, I'm not the only veteran who has that problem, because in the groups, we see it all the time, and it's just, if they're gonna deny us, at least give us 2 days before you just sit back and make the decision 7 o'clock in the morning the next day. That, to me, I felt like it wasn't even looked at.
It's insulting, especially after all the, not only the service, but the effort you went in to do that, and I hear a couple others. So there's obviously a theme in VRNE when we talk about, empowering veterans. So I want to get I'd love to get a script of, a recording, and I'd love to transcribe it and give it to the secretary and our acting under benefits, under whatever, administration for benefits. This needs to be heard. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I know. I'm sorry I'm talking too much.
I get to be last. Okay, so first, you're a hugger, right?
Well.
Can I have one?
Yeah.
Oh. This has been wonderful. Thank you. So I've got a lot to say, but I'm not going to say it all. So bear with me. Number one, I do have to say, I used to go to Walter Reed. Then I retired. And all of a sudden, Walter Reed's like, yeah, whatever. And so I switched over to the VA Medical Center. So I don't know how many of you use the VA Medical Center.
In DC?
But it's incredible in DC.
Yeah.
I just, so if you don't go because of the rumors or whatever you've ever heard, I've gotten better service there than I ever got at Walter Reed, and Walter Reed is phenomenal. So
and you'll get the best haircut.
Well, I do need a haircut,
you
yes.
You do, no, not that you know, but you get the best haircuts at VA DC.
My big things are, number one, we always talk about whole of government and our approaches to everything, but it seems like the VA and DOW are an adversarial relationship. So as a service member, I'm fully indoctrinated, 30 years, used to being told what to do every day, get your flu shot, go do this, go do that. All of a sudden now I have to manage my own care. I have to figure out my VA benefits. I would argue that as we're doing the transition, service members should be sat down and borderline forced, not briefed, forced to fill out their paperwork and do a benefits assessment and signed up for everything before they're no longer under command control. Because we just float off into nothingness, and I think that's why we're not getting the services or the benefits that many of us deserve. And then the other frustration is the money. I just don't understand. We've talked about it a little bit. Whenever it's time to send us, there's always money.
Whenever it's time to?
To send us off to war. There's never a shortage of money for that. But bringing us home, all of a sudden, there's no money. Taking care of us, transitioning us back into society. And I would love to see us in this room or in the world solve that challenge. But that's one of my biggest concerns is we're all there. We all signed on the line.
Right.
But then when it's time to get out, all of a sudden there's like, oh, well, you can't have that. Oh, you don't need that. Melinda was talking about how difficult things become. And it is almost like, how many of you have ever tried to follow up on a warranty? It's almost like trying to follow up on a warranty claim. They just beat you down until you give up and go crawl in a corner and curl up in a ball.
That's a hard analogy, but thank you for sharing. So a couple things. Regardless of the amount of money, and I could argue, look at the amount, the increase in, let's just see, Veterans Affairs and other things. Significant. So regardless of the amount of money, you need to have that money used wisely, respectfully, quickly, for where it's intended and the people it's intended for. So the things that I've heard about VRNE, no, not acceptable. It's not about the money there. It's about the process getting to the resources. So the more the specifics I have on that, I hear you. The money, go lobby. There's some great lobbyists here in this room. some fabulous lobbyists, you military coalition, go ahead, do all that. You need to for the particular niches. We need to fix the process, and I love your idea of the transition. I'm thinking almost of, we talk about the TAP, we do these community fairs I just told you about. We need to do community fairs in the units before they take off the uniform, right? Yes, right? You're leaving Fort Benning, okay? Here's what's around you, all right? North Carolina, you're going to be there. Is that your HO home of record? Is that where you're going to say you're deciding that? Let me do this. We're going to do a fair that also has all of the resources in the community, and we're going to force you, voluntold you, to fill out this, and if you can't figure out these hard words, we're going to do it for you. I think that's a great idea, and I appreciate very much the hug. Go get it, yeah. Go get those. I used to love to go to the barbershop there at DC. It was so much fun.
I'll get a haircut.
No. They just, and it's cheap too. It's cheap, but they don't color, so I'm not going there anymore. Anyway, thank you all very, very much. It's an honor to be with you. You know, love you. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Davis, for joining us and sharing updates from the Veterans Experience Office. We have some interactive breakout sessions coming up in 10 short minutes to dig deeper into entrepreneurship, employment, and community integration. We encourage you to stick with the same breakout topic throughout the symposium. Take a look at the main screen or event app to find the location for your breakout.
About financial assistance and stuff like that. Wasn't nothing available at the time and stuff. And we were just talking to other soldier members and veterans, and Jerome walked up.
I guess he married a friend of mine from high school that I hadn't seen in years and years and years. So I knew her, so I said hello, and then she introduced me to Eddie. He was in pretty bad shape. He had braces on his knees and braces on his back. And she said, you know, he's a veteran. I said, oh yeah, you're a veteran? Oh, I work at this place called Warrior Partnership, and we help veterans out with different situations. And just so happened, man, you know, it was at a time where he needed some assistance.
We needed support with our rent and needed support with the food and stuff like that. And he said, well, I got some organization, let me put a filler out and stuff for 2 and see what happened. About that day or 2 came around, like I say, and it was there. They paid my mortgage for 2 months and gave me $1,000 of Visa card to do food, get food and stuff like that. Not only that, he said, well, how you get around? I said, man, we got a car, 17, 18 years old, need maintenance, about to fall down, we can't afford to do it. And he said, okay, Eddie, our organization said we're gonna support you with about $2,000 to take care of your maintenance and stuff like that. And it was beautiful, like I say. I mean, it was uplifting. I mean, because when I was at the lowest point, they picked me up and brought me from the floor all the way up to my height.
He called me a couple of different times. Now he just want to thank you. They just want to follow up and thank you. I'm like, you know, you don't have to thank me no more, man. We're brothers now. You know, we're joined at the hip. All I need you to do is let somebody else know that they're not alone. They got somebody to help them, you know. And after that, man, we just clicked, became friends, and we check up on each other from time to time.
When you fall, and you fall and you just keep falling, you never wake up. And then by the time you fall, you got AWP who caught you and lift you up, get your support you need, get your help you need, whether it's physical, emotional, stress, food assistance, and they stand you back up. Then you're a human being, you got dignity again. You feel human again. It really moves me because they was there for me, and I'm just trying to make sure that you all understand y'all have a path. There's nothing closed out for you. Call AWP and they'll get you the assistance you need. I assure you that.
When you get out of the military, one of the hardest things you have is you feel lost. I
use TikTok to tell my story as a veteran. The community just been fantastic, supportive, overall wonderful.
1 in 3 veterans are on TikTok, and active duty military, they're on TikTok for about 20 hours a week. So the audience is there.
TikTok has enabled me to reach people I otherwise would not have been able to reach. I believe that it's genuinely going to inspire another generation to serve in the United States military.
Please welcome to the stage Joe Mendrala, the Corporate Social Responsibility Lead for TikTok, to introduce our lunch keynote.
Hi, folks. Oop, can you hear me? Hello. How we doing? Enjoy those lunches. Well, in today's digital economy, driving successful business isn't about having a great product. It's about having the digital fluency, the visibility, and the platform access to reach millions of customers right where they already are. When veteran-owned small businesses get access to these tools, local economies don't just grow, they thrive. But bridging the gap between small-scale production and massive digital scale takes dedicated leadership, systemic support, and visionary partnerships. Our next speaker today is at the very forefront of that mission. As the CEO of the Association of Women Business Centers, Corinne Goebel leads a national network of more than 150 centers across all 50 states, delivering critical training, mentorship, and access to capital for hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs every single year. Since stepping into her role, Corinne has spearheaded unprecedented organizational growth. From advocating to landmark federal policy to distributing millions of dollars in direct sub-grants, her career has been defined by one relentless goal: turning entrepreneurial vision into sustainable, profitable economic power. Today, Corinne is here to talk about one of the most exciting shifts in social commerce: the power of direct-to-consumer digital scaling. Through AWBC's groundbreaking collaboration with our TikTok shop Soar Together programming, veteran founders are being equipped with the high-impact 6-week accelerator training. We're talking about real-world tools, mastering live commerce, data analytics, influencer strategies, and revenue forecasting to turn scrolling users into loyal customers. Corinne will share the measurable impact this program is delivering for underrepresented founders and why integrating social commerce into traditional business models is no longer optional, it's mandatory. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to a national champion for women and veteran founders and the CEO of AWBC, Corinne Goebel.
Well, good afternoon and happy lunch. I'm glad you're enjoying that. Again, my name's Corinne. Thank you, Joe, for the great introduction. I'm the CEO of the Association of Women's Business Centers. We're a national nonprofit that helps a network of women business centers. These are 140 organizations that help women start and grow businesses. So why in the world am I here at AWP? If I've heard one word more than veterans and military, it's been the word programs. So I'm going to try not to use the word program. But at the Association of Women's Business Centers, we adopted a very important mission at veteranstartup.org. So I'm excited to tell you a little bit more about the TikTok partnership that we've got with veteranstartup.org. But first, to really explain who we are, we want to build trust with you. We know that there are so many programs out there. You have a lot of choices where you can refer people or where you might also be interested to go. And you need to know that where you're going is worth spending your time, especially for entrepreneurs. We know that time is money. The work that we're doing is at no cost to the participants, thanks to the very generous funding that we get from TikTok and our other corporate partners. So that's definitely key. The other thing is that the TikTok Shop Accelerator is going to cover not only TikTok Shop essentials, like how to sell on TikTok Shop, it's going to cover what is perhaps even more important than that, and that's the business fundamentals. So I was just in the entrepreneurship breakout session prior to this, and one of the panel members said, what's the most important thing that you could share with business owners? What do they need the most? Business acumen. It's the thing no one wants to take time to do. And so we really, we've like forced our accelerator participants to pay attention to the business fundamentals, because without that, the work they're doing on their TikTok shop, it can never be as successful as if they're really taking care of the full business. So a TikTok shop accelerator, it's really kind of like it sounds. It's taking any veteran, military connected, or spouse-owned business that's on TikTok shop, just registered for TikTok shop, and accelerating the growth by focusing for 8 weeks on business fundamentals, and then on the specific, the technical aspects of like how to sell on TikTok shop, how to be a creator, how to find influencers, and we're gonna get more into some of the details there. So I've even broken down specifically what the topics are in each of the 8 weeks. So on Tuesdays, we come together and focus on the business fundamentals, and on Thursdays, we really focus on how to effectively sell in shop. And the biggest question that we're getting from veteran-owned businesses who are in shop is, how do I find my customers? Shop acts different than other e-commerce platforms. In fact, I'd love to know, just for TikTok, not TikTok Shop, how many of you have a TikTok account, like have been on TikTok? So, and how many of you have ever bought something from TikTok Shop? Okay, the interesting thing about these hands being raised, it's actually telling you the story of the market. There are rooms of people much younger average age than me who more than 80% of them would all raise their hand that they're on TikTok and they're buying everything from TikTok Shop. And so it's a really important market for, depending on the product, many business owners where they need to be. So we take the business, we take each of the members of the cohort, they're all in a virtual session together. We do this through Zoom, and then we use a variety of other tools like WhatsApp for collaboration and communication between classes. And the business owner really takes a step back and rebuilds their business in 8 weeks on those Tuesdays, and has an opportunity to build their shop from scratch, going through each of the logistics items of how they're gonna sell and maximize their selling in shop. So some of the numbers behind this market opportunity: TikTok drove $15 billion in revenue for small businesses in 2023, and that number is growing. 88% of small businesses on TikTok saw an 88% increase in sales after promoting their services on TikTok. What we're seeing is even non-consumer product businesses have found great success just in promoting through the TikTok, the social media aspect of it, not necessarily even having to get into TikTok Shop. So small business use of TikTok supported 224,000 jobs in 2023, and these numbers are growing. We just don't have access to the metrics here. I've got pictured up here 2 actual veteran graduates. If you're into waffles, check out Waffle Bitta. It's a waffle mix, powder mix. If you're familiar with the Liege style of Belgian waffles, these are like candy. These waffles are absolutely amazing. She'll be happy to sell you lots of waffle mix. And then the other SOAR graduate, Javier, his company sells Mexico-inspired, culture-inspired golf shirts. And so he's wearing one right there, Azteca Greens. So we'd love for you to check out their businesses and see what a TikTok shop looks like that's been through a SOAR accelerator. We've got more pictures of what our alumni are really looking like. These are real, everyday, average people who are finding really tremendous success in the platform. And so hopefully someone up here might look like someone you could know that could also take advantage of that. Okay, so what does it take to be eligible to apply for this TikTok sponsored or paid for TikTok Shop Accelerator. First of all, we're pretty loosely defining this, just veteran, even active military or a military spouse. They need to be currently operating and owning a business. That could be an LLC, it could be a C Corp, but it must be a registered business selling products here in the US. And then the other step before the application can be approved is a registered TikTok shop. For a business who has an entity filed but hasn't registered in TikTok shop, no worries. We have a lot of instructional guides and are happy to share some resources with you how to get a business just registered on TikTok shop so you can be approved to get into the 8-week accelerator. And then it's being ready to commit. Our next accelerator kicks off in October. And again, it goes for 8 weeks. You're over and done, but the relationships in the community that you've built are never finished. And so for all 3 years that we have been doing this program, we're continuing to see WhatsApp messages between our members of each of the cohorts. They've stayed friends and they've stayed as a support network to help each other in their growth of their TikTok shop and other aspects of their businesses. So how to apply? You would go to veteranstartup.org/apply. We've got a QR code up here if you're interested. It takes about 3 minutes to submit the application. We don't ask for a ton of information, but what we are going to do is assess all of the applications that come in and then just make sure there actually is an entity filed and make sure that we can find the TikTok shop and the TikTok handle. And then we're just going to make sure that you've got a product that isn't illegal or illicit, but it's pretty easy to get through the eligibility criteria, and then we're ready to get started in October. What if nothing I've said here was important or you cared about wasn't valuable to you? I might have something else that could help you. One of the things that came up in the entrepreneurship breakout was the importance of access to capital, or capital readiness as it's being called. And so the majority of businesses that come to us, whether it's a women's business center or through the Veteran Business Outreach Centers and at Veteran Startup, everyone needs funding. And one of the easiest types of money they think is out there is grants. And grants are actually one of the hardest types of money to find, and you can spend so much time applying and not end up getting any grant money at all. I will tell you one grant that I think is worth your time, and it does require taking 2 courses to qualify, but the courses are short, they're online, and they're high quality. This comes to us from another national partner, but if you scan the code or you go to veteranstartup.org/Verizon, you can find this digital-ready platform with access to hundreds of courses, either in English or in Spanish. Courses like how to start a successful franchise. This has been one of the most popular courses we've seen, especially in the veteran community. Choosing the right SBA loan and understanding the differences, what the different types of loans are, and the requirements should you be interested in applying. So I've even indicated the time. It's 15 minutes for one course and 12 for the other. And once you complete 2 courses, you can apply for the grant. And we're seeing grant announcements for $10,000, multiple, I think there might be 10 per month, rolling. So once you take the 2 courses and you submit for the grant application, which is also very short, every single month you have another opportunity to be chosen as a winner. We have one women's business center in Atlanta whose 3 different clients, they won 3 grants just out of that one women's business center. So I see the money is flowing. This is a real opportunity, and wanted to share this opportunity with you. So if you'd like to stay connected to us, we'd love to grow our community. We actually had the opportunity to go viral on TikTok, which was totally accidental. I had no idea that the video that we did was going viral, and it did. We have more followers in our Veteran Startup TikTok than we have on any of our other social media channels, including the ones that I've been personally running for 7 years. So we love to have you join and participate in the fun, whether that's either through our TikTok, you could create a TikTok account if you're TikTok curious and follow us, or regular old email. We've got a newsletter, and we're happy to continue to keep you updated on all of the missions and initiatives that we're bringing for the community. So with that, I didn't know if you all had questions about TikTok Shop, about specific eligibility for this program, or veteran-owned businesses. I'm sort of here. If y'all have any thoughts or questions. I just got a little bit like sweaty. I don't know what happened.
We have a question over here.
No, thank you so much. And at TAPS, we're the program for the families of America's fallen heroes. And TikTok has been one of the most effective ways that we have shared messages of hope and comfort and resources with our community. But this is so exciting, and I can't wait to really put this out to our survivors. So I want to make sure our survivors are also eligible. Awesome. Okay, stand by. Incoming.
So thank you for this presentation and for being here today. I run an organization called Whistleblowers of America. So we're very hyper alert to security and cybersecurity. So there's been a lot of concern about using TikTok because it lacks the same cybersecurity that like YouTube would have. So we haven't been able to use it as much as I'd like. So how can we figure out this security issue, and how do we make sure that, because a lot of the scams and the hacks come through TikTok, how do we make sure we can make this a more secure platform, especially for people who have security clearances?
Let me speak to you from my experience. I'm not an expert in cybersecurity. However, what I've seen in the journey of the partnership, especially since the acquisition, is a real change in a variety of aspects on the TikTok platform and within Shop that protect the security of the sellers. And so I'm not sure what the specific fraud concerns or openings are there. I'd love to talk to you to know more. We want to protect everyone who participates in it. For us, we came to the partnership with TikTok even earlier because we knew that there was a market there to be had, and we figured no matter the system, there's a hacker out there that can break through almost anything eventually, which doesn't just give carte blanche, but we said we think there's going to be a path to figure this out, and we just need to be in the market at the right time in the right place, and we wanted to be there first. But to your specific question, yeah, I'd love to talk to you after and find out what concerns you've been seeing out there.
And just quickly, local, state, federal officials across the country are getting onboarded and using TikTok to communicate with their constituents every day. So they are finding it secure. As Corinne said, you know, the company went through a whole transition under the guidance of this administration to make us data secure. And so, you know, we're very confident in that position right now. So, you know, I don't think from our side there are any additional concerns, but I think, you know, every organization has their own constraints and methods.
Yeah, there are some e-commerce fraud behaviors that we see that aren't insecurities of the particular platform, but are like, for example, someone buying a bunch of product and then making returns, things like that that can cause a seller to lose money. And we've seen TikTok do a lot of work in tightening up the policies and procedures to protect sellers in really beneficial ways. So I'm kudos to TikTok.
One more.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm not sure who would want to answer this, but as you were speaking, I was Googling, as one does during a conference, and noticed that you guys in 2024 did the Veterans Voices and partnered with some really incredible large organizations that are doing amazing work within the veteran and military arena. I'm wondering if you're ever going to possibly open that up again for support for medium to small nonprofits.
So, well, I'd like to speak to, it's not even actually technically our question. So through veteranstartup.org, I would love to hear from you and know what kind of work you're doing and, you know, what the mission in your outreach and who you're impacting, who that could be. Through the variety of partnerships that we have with TikTok and others, we take, the best way to say it, we take large pots of money that are intended for a national impact, and then we partner with other organizations to really divide and conquer to get to those things. And so We partner with veteran business outreach centers, with women's business centers, but also other nonprofits that are doing like non-federally funded but mission-aligned work. And so I would love to have an opportunity to talk to you more about if there's a way we could bring you into our ecosystem, overused word lately.
And just from the TikTok side, sorry. We did launch that program 2 years ago. That program is still running in partnership with an amazing organization here, AWP. We're also partnered with Student Veterans of America, Team Rubicon, and Elizabeth Dole Foundation. So we've scaled back from total number of partners. TAPS and a handful of others have been really, really great partners. Patriotic Kenny Foundation, which goes without saying. We do not have plans for opening up for a third year of funding yet. I'm working on it. Working on it. Can't answer that one. Last one.
Hi, Corbin. Ginger Miller.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. I'm super excited about what you're doing, and I did send you a note. We just started the Women Veterans Entrepreneurship Collective. Very amazing program. But we haven't created an entrepreneurship program, but we're taking like the best of the best, connected and amplifying that within our women veterans community that is roughly 50,000 strong. So I look forward to talking to you. Thank you so much. I look forward to talking to you after this.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Well, thank you all so much for the time. It's been a real honor, a pleasure to be here with you. Good luck for the rest of your event, and enjoy lunch.
Thank you, Corinne, for leading that important discussion. Now, joining us on stage, please welcome Sean Passmore, who will be moderating a panel discussion around aligning corporate influence for veteran and community impact, sponsored by Wells Fargo.
How are you? What's up, Warrior Symposium? How you guys doing? I don't know how you guys feel. I feel so good. I feel like so accomplished this afternoon. I feel like you know you've made it in life when they give you one of these Britney Spears microphones, right? They don't give Jim one. They make him talk from this thing. But no, I feel great. Great sessions. Guys, we're in the home stretch here. If I asked this audience, how can corporations support veterans? Most of us would think about hiring, and we'd think about philanthropy. In fact, it was yesterday, John Maxwell sat up here and he shared with us that employment makes up almost the entirety of what people think about military transition. And then Johnny Richardson sat up on a fireside chat, and he used the term targeted philanthropy at least 5 times when he was talking about honor through action. And so those two things are certainly important, but there are so many more different ways that companies can impact and influence their communities. From the jobs they create, yes, absolutely, but also through the suppliers they support, through the products they offer, through the relationships they build, and through the trust that they earn. And that's what we're going to talk about. That's what this panel is about this afternoon. For those I've not met, my name's Sean Passmore. I lead Enterprise Military Veterans Initiatives at Wells Fargo. And I'm joined by 3 brilliant minds representing 3 prominent and reputable companies. And I want you to meet the panelists. So Bonnie, we're going to start with you, and then we'll just go down the line if y'all wouldn't mind introducing yourselves to our wonderful audience.
Sure. Thank you, Sean. So I'm Bonnie Wallace, and I lead financial health philanthropy for the Wells Fargo Foundation. The Wells Fargo Foundation is a corporate foundation. We're national, and we have 3 primary areas of focus: financial health, small business, and housing access and affordability. So I'm excited to be here today and share a little bit about how we approach serving veterans.
Good afternoon, Matt Disher. I'm the Executive Director of Military and Veterans Programs at Cushman & Wakefield. We are a Big Three global commercial real estate services provider, managing about 6 billion square feet of property around the world. Largely that footprint's here in the United States. I'm an enlisted Marine veteran. I'm happy to be here. Thanks.
Everybody, John Hunt. I work for Amazon, small retail company. May have heard of them. Inside of Amazon, I work for the military affairs team, and inside of that, my remit is retention development. So when you think of Amazon's global population, all of that falls under me. I'm also a Marine veteran, so numbers and strength on the stage today. Served a little over 21 years, retired in 22, and then started up with Amazon like right after that. So back over to you, Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Bonnie, Matt, John. Appreciate you sharing time with us today. All right, here's rules of engagement. I'm going to try to work through 3 themes, 3 ideas up here. If we have time, I'd like to do a lightning round because those are fun. And then if we have more time, I think a bonus lightning round would be pretty awesome too. We most certainly won't have time for live Q&A, but if you do put your questions in the app, we will, at the end of this, we can divide and conquer and make sure we get those answered. First theme I really want to talk about is from purpose to practice. And so Bonnie, I'm going to come to you, and then Matt, be ready because I'm going to come to you after. We know that companies create the greatest impact because they're integrating veteran and the support to the community. They're actually integrating those into their business strategy rather than just treating them as a separate program. And so when organizations talk about supporting veterans in their communities, the conversation often begins with good intentions. But what really separates organizations that successfully turn purpose into action from those that struggle to move beyond just isolated initiatives?
Right, so I think that's really where it starts. You know, it's the difference between having a program at a corporate level or having it embedded throughout everything that you do. So while I'm here representing philanthropy, that's my primary role, Wells Fargo is supporting veterans from an employment perspective, from a philanthropy perspective, through lending and investment. We have employees that we have to take care of and make sure that they're connected to resources. They're family members. We're active in the community. And our employees like to be active in the community as well. So we really look at it as at an end-to-end. It's integrated into everything we do, into our products and services, every aspect of the business. We also have a strong belief that we've got to start with the veteran. That's our focus first. Not what we need to do, but what do our veterans need from us. And you'll hear me say this kind of throughout this panel, this discussion, is one of the biggest areas of importance is how do you engage veterans? How do you engage them, right, initially, and then help connect them to resources? So we're not focused on constantly building new programs or new approaches. We're really focused on how do we engage and connect and leverage our core capabilities to drive the changes. And that's really around collaboration. So we're looking at collaboration internally across all of our different business lines and functions, and we look at collaboration externally between Wells Fargo and the greater community.
Yeah, I wrote it down, engage and connect, and I think that's the root, that's how you make an impact, right? So thank you for sharing that. Matt, I've heard you talk before about investing in communities. And so what are your thoughts on what really separates sustainable programs from isolated initiatives?
Yeah, sustainability of these programs is it's a topic that, you know, I've been in this community as a few of us have been, as many of you have been for, let's say, 15 years now of my career. And I've seen the shiny toys come and go, and I've seen corporate entities and military programming come and go. I've seen lately some larger organizations have divested in these types of programs. And what I would tell you is the one hook that I always come back to is, as companies, as large companies, we have the ability to hire and engage and employ and develop military and veteran talent. And virtually any company, large and small, can do that type of thing with or without a large scalable program. The hook that I keep coming back to is in sustainable practice, it's tying your results back to the bottom line impact. And this is where organizations differentiate themselves, again, for sustainability, a 2-year program versus a 50-year program. When you can tie this back to Bottom line impact and how you're engaging your clients. Something we do, for example, is we'll hire hundreds of veterans each year into the company, but then we have our clients come back to us and say, hey, what's working in your program? And we'll advise them on how to build their own programs. And that creates stickiness alongside of our clients, the businesses and companies that we're doing business with already. And then taking a step further, we're in the business of commercial real estate, so it's companies and organizations looking for property and space and office leases and things like that. Well, if you look at aerospace and defense right now and reindustrialization of America, it's going nuts. And those are our clients. And a lot of those clients have ties to the military. And so what we've done now is all of our programs then offer themselves up to creating value alongside of our clients. People make decisions on the 3 Fs, family, faith, and fraternity. We're part of this fraternity. Our clients are part of this fraternity as well. And so we tie those results back to the bottom line, from turnover rates to impacting our clients with programmatic strategy. It's the bottom line impact on top of the hiring numbers that you can produce each year.
Yeah, so you're talking scalable programs, serving multiple purposes, which, John, makes me think about, it's kind of easy to think about companies like Amazon when you talk in those terms. And so how is Amazon influenced through employment, technology, logistics, cloud services, community engagement, global scale? You also have tremendous reach across multiple business functions. So how do you ensure support for veterans is embedded across the business rather than just remaining the responsibility of a person or a single team?
Yeah, great question. And at Amazon, this is probably one of the things that we focus on the most, especially right now, because the breadth and depth, there's the tyranny of like breadth and depth of Amazon, because you have so many different business lines that are there. I think it starts with engaged leadership. You have to start there first. So whatever the business line is, whatever the thing is, right, that you're embedding, you have to have that executive sponsorship to be able to get that across the line. And there's nobody that's going to, well, there is somebody, but nobody I know of, right, that's going to come by and say, "Why, we don't want to support our veteran community." So you have to do that part first. But then when you look at, especially with Amazon, who is so diverse and has fingers in so many different things, it has to be built in, right? Otherwise, you get into that loop where you're creating these one-off things that you talked about that aren't sustainable, that you can't scope to the entire business, right? So you have to have that thing that's built into the systems that's going to benefit, and probably not just veterans, but it's going to benefit everybody, right? Because if you're focusing on your veteran population, for instance, onboarding, we need to do some work there, whatever it might be. The things that those veterans need are likely things that your other employees need as well, and you're going to gain some efficiencies there. And I got to put my glasses on. So when you do it, you have to be purposeful. You have to look at it from a big picture, and the thing that gives my team power in doing that is that we're a centralized unit within a specific line of business. But we get to color outside of our lane a lot in terms of reaching out to other business lines, right? And we, for those that don't know, we form in kind of 3 main business lines, like tech, corporate, and operations. We're currently reside under corporate, but we have the ability to reach out and touch those executive leaders, those vice presidents, and all of those other organizations. So when we have something that comes, or we are developing a product that is, might be beneficial to veterans, like a hiring pipeline, for instance, right? We may have specific consideration for veterans, but it's a pipeline that's going to support all of the employees, not just veterans or military spouses specifically.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you about that, but you kind of answered it. So you're seeing things that you've designed specifically for veterans, but are also benefiting your workforce and your customers and your business operations. And so thank you. So moving from Amazon, which is a company everybody recognizes, there's no such thing as an Amazon truck going past my house without stopping. They all stop. I don't know why.
Indeed. I share the same affliction.
It's really weird.
And now they're disguising themselves as budget rental and and it's still Amazon.
I know. I got to talk to my wife. But Matt, shifting over to Cushner Wakefield, which is a brand maybe not everybody is familiar with. It's real estate, right? Real estate and workplace strategy influence entire communities. But when people think about community impact, commercial real estate isn't always necessarily the first thing that comes to mind. And so how can decisions around workplaces, facilities, community investments, how can those shape opportunities for veterans and military families?
Yeah, I had to think long and hard about this question when you gave it to me, because I was like, there's so many ways to answer this, but I'll go here. As I mentioned before, that we spend a lot of our time developing the algorithm that works and then sharing that with our clients, with really anybody who asks, except for our competition. But you don't have to be a client of ours to say, hey, can I have the playbook? And I'll share the playbook with you, or I'll ask you what are you trying to accomplish as a business? And perhaps we can build a little bit of strategy based on what we've done that has worked or failed, right? So there's that, and that has nothing to do with real estate. That's just a thing that we offer as a team because we've been doing this for a while. I'll tell you that aside from the strategy, when I think about real estate and how we impact the military and veteran community, one thing comes to mind, that we have advised on new projects and renovations inside of business, and this might go outside of the scope of what you're asking. When we talk about the ability to impact the military and veteran community, we've done studies, we've done research on the workspace and how it is more productive for people that might have various afflictions. Post-traumatic stress is one of those. I know probably a lot of us could agree that we don't like to have our back to the door, right? We don't like to have our back to the room. We've had workplace studies on how you build an ecosystem inside of an office that is productive to people with varying needs or wants. Another example that I'll give you, and I'll try to leave this one short because I don't want to talk forever, but we've advised on a handful of projects, one outside of Chicago with an organization. It's a veteran-based nonprofit that does sports for profoundly wounded and disabled veterans. They're going to build a new facility, and this new facility has to be very unique for hoteling people with various levels of physical disability, wheelchairs, et cetera. And so this entire facility has to be designed around bearing that in mind. How do people get from hoteling, staying on property, into a vehicle on the dirt track around the facility, into the basketball or rugby courts that are all going to be indoors. So we're advising on those types of things. Outside of the physical properties of real estate, we're sharing the best practices. Back to the first thing I said. We're sharing the best practices and saying, here's what works. We're not a company that you've ever heard of unless you're leasing property, unless you're a property owner. But our contribution to this is that we've been doing this, a fairly well-funded program with really good executive support. We've done what works and we've done what doesn't work, and we've formulated algorithms based on that we can share with people, and that's kind of our contribution back to this community, greater than everything else that we're doing.
Yeah, so that's like another example of sustainable veteran initiatives that actually become part of the business, and they don't just depend on one person or one small team. Is that right?
Right.
All right, Bonnie, I'm coming to you. You ready? So you're my community impact and sustainability person. So community impact and sustainability directly tied to long-term trust. And we at Wells Fargo, we're at the intersection of community investment, sustainability, stakeholder engagement. And so how do you determine where the company can create the greatest impact while also remaining aligned to our business priorities?
So it starts with the community. What does the community need? And then you heard me say that we have 3 areas of focus: financial health, small business, and housing access and affordability. And you can imagine those are 3 areas that we've got strong capabilities in. So we've got deep knowledge, and not only do we have knowledge and experience, but we have real resources that we can bring to bear in those areas. So when we find a community need that matches up with our capabilities, that's when we think that we can have real impact. And the veteran space, that's a general comment, not just in the veteran space. But when we think about veterans, and again, this was touched on yesterday, the needs that veterans have, they don't usually have one, right? If someone presents and says, I need help with housing, chances are they also need help with financial stability. They probably have transportation needs. There may be healthcare needs. There may be employment needs. They have the full, gambit of needs. So they're not presenting with one. We're looking for interconnected solutions to fund and to support that are more comprehensive, that provide kind of an ecosystem of solutions. And one example that I'll share with this audience is that there is an initiative that we have been supporting now for several years in West Los Angeles with the Veterans Collective. And this really kind of shows or demonstrates how we align our resources to support this type of community effort. And so for the North Campus of the West Los Angeles Veterans Collective, we have contributed more than $140 million in construction financing, $110 million in low-income housing tax credit equity, and a $2 million Wells Fargo Foundation grant for economic mobility programs and an on-site career development center. So you can see we've pulled from 3 very different areas of the business, brought those together to really bring our capabilities to the community to solve that unique need. And that support that we've provided has helped us finance 365 units for veterans who've experienced homelessness, and then the broader community will serve a total of 1,200. So while those numbers are big, and it's like when Amazon speaks to you, right? Like our numbers are just big, right? So it's hard to think about them sometimes. But I don't really even want you to think about the size of that investment. I really want you to think about how all of the different elements have come together to create a community partnership that really works. And it's this, what we're looking to do again is to kind of create these ecosystems, these collaborations, these partnerships, and that's what really drives long-term sustainability as well.
Yeah. You mentioned hundreds of millions of dollars, and I heard some people out there, I heard them,
yeah.
Oh. And so I think everybody in this room recognizes that that certainly is an impact, but do you have thoughts on what does authentic impact look like from the perspective of the communities that we're serving?
Yeah, I will tell you that no one cares about what the number is in the press release. So no one's really concerned about how much did Wells Fargo or how much did Amazon or any big companies, how much did they contribute? The impact is the change that's occurred for the people that are the beneficiaries of that investment. So what we measure and how we determine whether to continue to fund things or continue to support things is the impact on the individuals in the community. That's what we're looking at. And it's not, the other thing I will share with you is reach isn't enough. If we're able to say, well, we reached 2,000 people, it's not a good enough measure. We need to identify up front what are the key things we're looking to do, key metrics we're looking to influence, and those are the impacts we measure. And I'll probably keep saying this over and over again with veterans, like some of the key measurements are engagement. And how do you define that? How do you define them being engaged? How do you define their participation? And then we also look at how many resources have they been connected to.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm coming right back to you, though. So we're going to move into our second theme, which, as you can see on the slide, we're going to talk about trust as a business asset. As everybody knows, trust is increasingly a competitive advantage for organizations. Consumers, employees, community stakeholders are all more interested than ever in understanding what companies stand for. And trust has become one of the most value assets that any organization can have. And so, Bonnie, how, if you wouldn't mind sharing with us, how have expectations changed among our employees, customers, communities regarding corporate responsibility, and what are the implications for companies that want to earn and maintain trust?
There's so much information available today, and we're not really sure what's real and what's not, or what, So probably more so now than ever, what you say matters a heck of a lot less than what you do and what people can see, with their own eyes. So we know it's true with our employees, with our customers, and in the communities we serve. They're looking for action. They will trust you when they see you actually do what you said you were going to do, and to do it over time. So it is tough, I'll tell you, as a philanthropic funder or even as an investor. We don't know what next year is going to bring. We don't know what our budgets will be. We don't know what changes are going to happen in kind of the larger environment. But when we start to look at some of these really vulnerable populations, we've got to be sure that we're in it for the long haul, that we're making an investment that we can repeat over and over again so that we can actually drive that change and that impact, and that's what is really builds trust.
You said do it over time. You said in it for the long haul. And so to me, that sounds like staying power builds credibility. And I really like the idea of staying power building credibility.
And I'll tell you, Sean, that it's, we're not perfect. I'm sure there's people in this room who can say, well, I know that Wells Fargo started this and stopped that, or didn't go through the whole thing. It's going to happen. But our intent and what we try and make good decisions about is that we're able to make investments that we know we can continue over time. And that doesn't necessarily mean for infinity, right? But we're looking for things that we can make an impact over a period of time.
Yeah. If there's an organization that's really sustained within our community for quite some time, I think about Amazon, I think about Amazon Military, and I think about how long they've just been relevant in our community, John. Veterans often bring some of the company's most credible ambassadors, both inside and outside the organization. And so how have you seen, the Amazon veteran employees strengthen your culture, trust, right? That's the word, trust, and then connection with the communities?
Yeah, good question. One, I think it's a natural transition, and I'm sorry for using that word, but it's a natural thing for especially veterans and military spouses. They've been a part of the military community that has, a standard for what they expect you to behold. So when you come into a corporate environment, I still, and I apologize, Ian, I don't have it anymore, my honor, courage, and commitment card. You still got yours?
Yeah, of course.
Of course, yeah. But when they come into it, right, they automatically tend to gravitate towards what a company says they are going to do, right? Amazon has its leadership principles that we live and die by. And I think by and large, veterans do a very good job of being what the company wants, whether it's Amazon or Wells Fargo or anybody else. They do a very good job of aligning themselves to the values of that company, to what that company says they want out of their employees, and they make themselves a visible brand ambassador for that organization that they're a part of, just because it's been, whether through boot camp or officer candidate school or, whatever training you were a part of or your introduction in the military, it was hammered into us. Mm-hmm. And as young men and women, I think that makes a huge impact on you, especially if that's your first thing that you've done, like right out of high school, right out of college, right? We're very, very moldable at that age. And I think that's a natural transition. So when the opportunity comes to especially engage with our corporate partnerships, right? And I'm sure everybody has those that you have partnered with. And you are going out there, and whether that's in a warehouse for Amazon and you are espousing what a great leader should be or a great hourly associate should be, I think those people are putting their best foot forward. Those veterans are putting their best foot forward. And when we're out in the community supporting our corporate partnership organizations through volunteer actions or representing them at an event, right, as our Warriors employee resource group or employee-led group, they shine through as like the best, right? The community see that. They understand, through interacting with them that they're a part of, that they're a veteran, that they serve their country, that they're now part of Amazon or whatever the company may be. I just think it naturally gravitates and makes a large impression on the population. But the company has to follow through with that, right? And set the conditions to be able for that to thrive. If you don't enable that to thrive, because, and I'm a veteran, so I think I can speak intelligently, right? You leave service and you're looking for that next thing to kind of be a part of your soul, right? You still want to serve, you still want to, and whether that's community or nonprofit work or whatever it is, companies have to enable that, right? And make that available, not just for veteran employees, but not for military spouse employees, but for everybody, to be that that brand ambassador, in your community and making an impact in your community and looking for those things that are specific to your local areas.
Yeah. Have you been able to measure if those efforts are like really making a difference?
We have, and if anybody has ever worked for Amazon, you will know that data is number one. We don't make decisions without diving into the details and really discovering what is and what is not making an impact. So we look at that very carefully, and we know from some recent research that when our veterans and military spouse employees engage in those activities, they have higher job satisfaction, they have higher inclusion, they feel more included at work, more a part of the organization, and they stay longer. They want to stay in that kind of environment where they have those opportunities to go out, serve, be a part of the community, and be a part of something outside of work that is bigger than themselves.
Yeah. So you said staying power. John, I think you said durability, building things that last. Matt, earlier, I think you used the word sticky.
Sticky.
Yeah.
Make them sticky.
So Matt, in your experience, this is all consistency, right? And so what role does consistently, that's hard to say.
Easy for you to say.
Consistently. What role does consistency play in building trust with veteran serving organizations and also your community partners?
I think it is everything. I think consistency is everything. I was taking a couple of notes as we were talking here, but one note that I took is reputation and results comes to mind as we think about our partnerships internally and externally. Bonnie said, not everything works all the time, right? People have this notion of, whether it's third-party exposure to companies or brand, like, hey, they're doing this thing. If we watch government, for example, government launches a new thing, 4 years later, different administration, it goes away, right? So we're used to that in government, but with businesses, we want consistency because we get used to their products and services, and we want that to keep going, and we get used to this concept of they said they're going to do it, they should do it. That leads to your reputation. I think I mentioned the 3 F's before, family, faith, and fraternity, and that's how people make decisions. It's the same thing with the military and veteran community. They are making decisions based on the consistency of organizations, in our case, organizations that support their values as a community, right? Our collective values as veterans. I want to know that if I'm doing business with an organization, in some cases, if I have 3 companies to pick from, that if one of them is out here saying publicly that they don't support military and veterans, one of them is saying we spend $1 billion a year on military and veterans, guess which one I'm going to go with, right? And I want to be able to see that they've done that work. So the reputation and results equals loyalty, institutional loyalty to companies. John mentioned that veterans come into Amazon and say, hey, I want to put my best foot forward inside of Amazon. That is what I consider internal institutional loyalty, but the same thing applies to external clients and customers. They also want to be loyal to a brand that supports their foundations and values. So it's the shared mission. It's with consistency among partners. It is co-promotion also. I think about our partners out here in the world that Cushman & Wakefield has, the organizations with whom we sponsor or do work with. We co-promote, we brag about each other. We talk about the consistency of these respective organizations, and we say we're doing work alongside of AWP. Well, look at what AWP has done, and we're not going to partner up with the organizations that don't have that reputation. So I'll cut it there because I want to make sure we have enough time, but consistency is everything. It's repetitive consistency.
Yeah, and it's a strong message, I think, especially as we're going to close out theme 2 and trust and kind of move into this conversation about the future belonging to ecosystem leaders. And ecosystem is a word that we've heard a lot yesterday and then some more this morning, and leading through ecosystems. And so, John, I'm gonna come over to you. Something else that we've really heard a lot over the last day and a half is that no single company can solve these veteran challenges alone. I think every panel, every speaker has said some version of that. One company's resources are powerful, but lasting impact often comes from collaboration across sectors. And by the way, I mean, that's what AWP does best, right? That's why we're all here. It's part of their strategy, it's part of their model, because together we, what? That's it. Together we do better. And so, John, Amazon frequently works alongside public, private, nonprofit partners. What do you think makes a partnership truly successful, and what do you think causes collaborations to fall short?
Yeah. One, you have to have the shared vision. I think when you're contemplating who to partner with, whether if you're the nonprofit or the company, the corporation that that nonprofit is courting, and it may be vice versa. Those, I think that works in the same direction. You have to have the same shared vision for what you're trying to accomplish in the long run. That's ground zero. But then I think it also has to be a complementary relationship, right? The nonprofit is going to bring some resources. They're going to bring some tools. They're going to bring things that are probably going to improve that corporation, or in this case, veterans, military spouses within that corporation. But it can't just be one-sided. The partner providing all of those. In my case, Amazon has to bring something to the fight, and something that we do well is scale, especially when we talk about our U.S. and veteran population. We're in every state, in some form or fashion. It's relatively easy for us if we have a partner, that is going to go to, pick your remote location in South Dakota, and there's going to be an event there. We have the ability to support that, but at the same time, we have to follow through on that. It can't be something that we say we're going to support our partner in whatever it is they're doing, and part of that agreement says we're going to have so many volunteer hours in a given year or so many volunteer hours for specific events. We have to show up, right? The good thing is, amongst the veteran population, military spouse population, like my previous question, that's not exceptionally hard to do because they're all ready to step out with good foot forward and take on that challenge inside those communities where they live. They want to do those things. We have to provide them that opportunity. But sometimes the challenge can be from a corporate perspective, especially if anybody knows Amazon, right? From Thanksgiving to, Christmas Day, it's a pretty busy environment. And we have to still make sure that we're showing up during those time frames because we don't always get to set the timelines. So having those directors and vice presidents, executives in those business lines where we have people volunteering and wanting to serve, we also have to set the conditions there to make sure that we enable the company to show up like we say we are going to with those partners. We have to deliver where we say we're going to deliver.
Yeah, absolutely. You can deliver what you say you deliver. Matt, keeping ecosystems in mind. Like, I know you spent a lot of your career building connections across military and corporate communities. And so in your mind, what does effective ecosystem leadership look like in practice?
Yeah, and I'm going to answer this question a little bit differently. I 100% agree with what John just said, and I'd also add that outside of November to the day after Christmas Day, Amazon is very busy in my neighborhood too, at my house. I thought about this question because I knew we would answer this as we were collaborating on answers. I knew we would answer this from the strategic level of what all of these that are on the screen, what all of these play together, but I wanted to bring that down to a roots level and answer this in terms of how companies can think about strategizing their structure for creating partnerships. And so I'll answer this, and again, it's a little probably off brand of what we're trying to talk about here, but it requires 3 layers inside of an organization. Again, for sustainability and running these things the right way, running partnerships the right way, requires C-suite buy-in, an engaged executive sponsor, or those can be the same person, and then a dedicated program leader or team that runs these programmatic structural items here that you see here. What I've seen over time is why companies ebb and flow in their dedication to the military and veteran community and the work that they do is because if a company doesn't have the C-suite support or the executive sponsor, or I always like to come back to the bean counters, and I apologize to any accountants in the room, but the bean counters are looking at the bottom line impact. If you lose that person who has advocated for, we're going to have $1 million budget this year to do sponsorships and partnerships out in the community, if you lose that person, the bean counters don't care that you have a really good case for hiring veterans and it's the right thing to do. They don't care about that at that point. They're looking at bottom line impacts. And I know that historically, we have to, I say this unapologetically, we have to get away from this conversation that it's exclusively charity. The military and veteran conversation, the military and veteran community is, it is wholly some of the most capable, educated, diverse, experienced workforce in the world, bar none, in the world. And we have to treat it as such, and that's a business advantage in and of itself. So I'll come back to this and finish this answer off, that you have to think about when you're going to run this ecosystem leadership, you got to start at the roots inside of your respective organization. Who is running that thing, and do they understand why they're running that, why they're investing in that programmatic structure? And then do you have the proper investment to go out and do government, nonprofits, corporation, communities, and veterans?
Yeah, that's great. Bonnie, I want to ask you, and I love this question for you because I've watched you do this over the last several years. But so from a community impact perspective, like how do you decide when Wells Fargo should lead, when we should support, or when we should convene others around a common goal?
It starts with listening. So
I'm sorry, what?
It starts with listening.
Okay, listening.
So the first thing we do is really try and understand the need. We understand who some of the other players are, and we work together, again, in a collaborative way to assess kind of who's got, how do we each match up? Which group matches up to what needs? Are there gaps? Do we need to fill it in with other players? And we're very happy. I've got a team member in the audience right here who's like, I know he's going to endorse what I'm about to say. Is sometimes the easiest thing for us to do if what we're doing is bringing to the table money, and then we need to get out of the way, sign us up, right? That's that's something that we can do, and it's easy, right? It's kind of the easiest approach. It doesn't happen all that often, because in addition to looking for funding, many times the need requires much more support, right, than that. So one example that I'd like to share is with a program that I want to say almost like kind of co-created, that's called VetSense. And I'm going to take just a couple minutes on this because I think it's super relevant to everyone in this room. And I would challenge you to take a look at it and see how you can either use it for yourself, your family members, or for the audiences that you're serving today. So what VetSense really recognizes is that understanding what a need isn't enough, right? You have to then also understand that awareness isn't access. So understanding the need isn't enough, you've got to provide access, and access is an engagement. When we're looking at programs in any space, but especially in the space of veterans, it's not the field of dreams. It's not that if you build it, they will come. You could build a fantastic program, a fantastic solution. If you don't have a way to engage them, if you don't have a way to connect them to resources, your impact is going to be far less than you hoped. The VetSets program is a financial education and coaching platform. It's a technology platform, but it's far more than that. It's a bridge to all of the services many of you in this room provide to veterans. What it does is it allows someone with a certain level of anonymity to be guided through a financial coaching process on this platform. They're in control. It's leveraging algorithms that help them have a very personalized experience, so it is unique to the individual. That allows them to kind of self-identify where they've got needs from a financial perspective. And it's not just financial, because finances kind of go through all of our life, right? Every thread, a thread that cuts through everything. It then helps them define goals, set actions, and most importantly, connect to resources that can help them achieve those goals. So those resources can be everything from local resources in the community to resources that are available nationally. It can be things that they read. It can be connecting with financial coaches or life coaches, or it can be to products and services. So it is this connection engine, much more, as much as it is anything else. So as we've talked about with this ecosystem concept, this facilitates the ecosystem. Now, when I look at what role does Wells Fargo play in this, how do we determine what role? Initially, it was bringing the vendor to the community that provides this platform, because we had seen it work, and we're like, this is so powerful. We think this could be a wonderful way to address a lot of the key needs of this community. So we brought it to a partner in the community and said, what do you think? They then engaged others as well. And now AWP is hosting this platform. And what's, again, really powerful about it is you can connect into it, not just as an individual, but there's actually the ability for different organizations to have a co-branded entry point into it with a unique URL that would allow you to have entry points for your audience as well as receive reporting on what their needs are. And it's very data rich. So you would be able to see things like, 40% of the people that I've directed to this platform in my unique URL, 40% of them have identified food insecurity as one of their biggest stressors right now. You could do surveys through it. There's a number of things that you can do that really puts you in connection with that audience that you're serving and gives you very great data back, rich data back. In addition to that, if we can all kind of coalesce around something like this from an ecosystem perspective, it then provides this data source that can be leveraged for policy or for collective action. So AWP would see kind of all of the information in aggregate. You would receive the information for your individual organization. But when you put all of that together, it's just incredibly powerful. There's no other source of information that really provides that type of insight into the financial health and needs of this community. So that's kind of my little commercial. It's like from a Wells Fargo perspective, did we fund it? Yes. We brought our network and resources to it as well. But it is only successful. It is only successful if we get the rest of the ecosystem engaged and leveraging it and using it for your own purposes as well.
So then we kind of evolve from a leading role to a supporting role.
Yes.
Somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, you guys are awesome. I'm going to skip the lightning round and go straight to bonus lightning round.
Do it.
So you're all going to get, instead of getting a different question for each of you, I'm going to ask you all the same question. This is your chance to kind of make a memorable quote for people to write down and take home and share with their spouses and significant others. And I'm going to start on that end. We'll work this way. So for all of you, in order, and this will end our discussion. For every organization represented at the conference here today, if you could take one action in the next year to better align their corporate influence with veteran and community impact, what action would you recommend they take? Go, John.
I didn't catch all of that. I'm sorry.
You get to make, they can do one thing. Recommend they do one thing between now and the next year to better align their corporate influence with their veteran and or community impact.
Align corporate influence with veteran and community impact.
Yeah, that's your call to action.
I would say, my big thing is retention that I focus on at Amazon, and I know a lot of companies do as well. That's kind of a bottom line metric that we look at, right, inside of our companies is how we are retaining our veterans. So I would say be open to the idea that it's not always a loss when somebody leaves the company, right? If a veteran starts somewhere as an hourly employee, but they can move laterally to a different company and upskill themselves and improve their quality of life, improve the quality of life of their family, and set themselves on a higher trajectory by moving laterally to another company or anything else, I think that is a net win for the veteran community, right? So I think the bigger part of that is get outside of our silos as individual companies, individual corporations, individual nonprofits, and start digging for the greater good in terms of where our veteran military spouse population goes overall, not just within the four walls of that building that they happen to be working in.
Matt, same question. What's one thing these folks can do over the next year to better align their corporate influence with their veteran and or community impact?
The one answer is create a strategy. Doesn't require a ton of people or money to do this, but the sub-bullets under that, since we're on the topic, look, this is the military and veteran household community in the United States represents somewhere around an estimated $1.5 trillion in consumer spend power each year, 16 to 17 million Americans. It's a captive audience. 200,000 of them are leaving the military every year. 150,000 to 200,000 are leaving the military every year. And that's on top of the people that are in the military, the nearly 2 million people that are in the military serving. Think about the whole entire ecosystem of household, not just the person that wore the uniform, but the spouse, the family member, et cetera. They're all part of that consumer base. So the sub-bullets here are create the strategy. Think about executive commitment, bottom line, and talent impact, not one or the other, but both collectively, collaboration and infrastructure investments. So Bonnie talked about investments in infrastructure and programmatic things that will last. We've talked about things that will last beyond just us, leaving our respective roles. I emailed Ian at Amazon a couple weeks ago and asked him about an event that he went to that I want to get involved with. I've called Meg Hendricks at Fiserv before a couple of times asking her, what's the next big thing you're doing? Collaboration, as we've mentioned, is going to be probably one of those key elements if you're trying to figure out what to do next. Think about your strategy, but collaborate and ask people that are already doing it. Again, you don't have to be a big company to do this kind of strategy.
You got a call to action?
Quick piggyback on John's. I had a similar thing in mind, and it's for myself as well as for everyone in this audience, which is identify one need that the audience you're serving is something that you don't currently match, something you don't currently do, and then find at least one other organization, if not more, and contact them and explore how you might work together to deliver that service to your audience, as opposed to creating something new.
Yeah, thanks, Bonnie. So I'll put a bow on it all for you guys. Look, we talked about this idea about corporate influence going far beyond our ability to hire in our philanthropy. We've talked about creating lasting impact when we align our culture, workforce, business operations, partnerships, community investments. We've talked about trust becoming a critical business asset, and most complex challenges face veterans and communities require collaboration across assets, and then ultimately that organizations will make the greatest difference when they're willing to move from isolated programs to ecosystem leadership. So thank you all for sharing your time and your talents. Thank you all for hanging out with us in the afternoon, and please give it up for my amazing panelists.
Thank you.
We hope that you enjoyed the session hosted by Sean Passmore with Wells Fargo. We have some interactive breakout sessions coming up in 10 short minutes to dig deeper into entrepreneurship, employment, and community integration. We encourage you to stick with the same breakout topic throughout the symposium. Take a look at the main screen or event app to find the location for your breakout.
Corporate Veterans Initiative, CVI, is a very powerful extension of AWP's mission. It helps companies like Wells Fargo better understand and meet the needs of our veteran employees, which in turn strengthens our ability to attract and retain top veteran talent.
After joining AWP, it really helped us better identify some of the issues that veterans have. We've been able to improve our own workforce in the customer service on how they handle interacting with veterans and their families.
AWP is an incredible partner to JPMorgan Chase because they go beyond simply being an organization that we want to sponsor, that we want to support, but they want to be a thought partner. They want to be involved. They're not just asking questions around how we can get involved in their work, but they're saying, what can we do to support veterans at JPMorgan Chase?
Hiring Our Heroes and AWP work together in communities around the country. What's super unique about our collaboration is that we're synergistic. You know, we serve over 100,000 people a year. We can't serve all of them, but what we get to hear are their needs immediately. And so for the ones that have found their way to Hiring Our Heroes and we're not the right fit for them, we're then able to hand them off directly to AWP and get them the services and the access that they often need immediately in the communities that they live.
AWP doesn't let veterans get lost. A lot of times organizations will say, we will help, and then you kind of fall off the wayside. AWP will be with you every step of the way and helping you with whatever you need in their capacity, and if they can't do it, they will find someone who can. And they are a trusted partner. They're someone you can pick up the phone and call, and they will do everything in their power to help you.
knowing what's available and what's out there for these individuals has probably been the most important piece of being part of AWP. We've connected individuals at our firm with critical help when they really needed it.
I think AWP is a noble organization. Whether you're a competing organization, they bring us all together because we have that shared passion to support the military community. So AWP to me is the premier platform that brings us all together because we are stronger together.
Welcome to the stage Eric Eversole, who will be moderating a panel discussion around partnerships for economic success.
That's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this panel on building employer partnerships with veterans. Really excited to moderate this panel today, and we have a group of experts, or except for Jim, maybe. Yeah, maybe. But we do have a group of experts here that are going to talk about building, well, actually, you are the expert on building partnerships. And so we're really excited to host this panel and talk about those essential partnerships and what that means for our military community. So I'm going to ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves, and then we're going to get into some questions. So Jim, would you please start?
Yeah, Jim Lorraine, President of America's Warrior Partnership. Proud to be here.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Ian McDuffie. I'm a senior manager on the Amazon Military Affairs team. I'm also a 20-year Marine Corps veteran and a former Hire Our Heroes fellow. So my first time ever speaking on stage was with Eric like 7 years ago. So good to be back, I guess.
Thank you.
Wow.
Jonathan Schwartzer. I work for Booz Allen Hamilton. I lead our military recruiting programs as well as our global defense sector recruiting. I am not a veteran, but I've been brought into this world to help make a difference.
Well, let's start getting into some questions here, and I think this first question is really about level setting what the employment landscape looks like for the military community. I can tell you from the last 13 years that I've been in this position that the employment landscape has probably been the most dynamic that I've certainly seen in that time. It's changing very rapidly, and in my view, that has meant some really good things for the military community and the veteran community, but it's also created some challenges. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. So really the first question, and I'll start with Ian or Jonathan, help us understand what the current employment landscape looks like for our transitioning service members, veterans, and military spouses.
Yeah, I'm happy to start if you'd like.
Go for it, yeah.
Yeah, so it's definitely evolving. I think the big elephant in the room we're all confronted with constantly is AI and how the advent of AI is changing the employment landscape. And I think there's probably mixed emotions about that. There's some fear and there's some opportunity with that. And I think we're seeing both. And I heard one of my favorite quotes ever. Somebody once said, AI is not coming for your job. People who know how to use AI are coming for your job. And I kind of say that kind of jokingly, because it really does impart the importance of having that proficiency with AI. And we're seeing a lot of impacts on AI where certain roles are going away, and we're seeing, at least at Amazon and some other companies, some de-scoping and reduction of TA teams, and we're seeing some of that replacement with AI tools. So From an employee or future for a military candidate experience looking to get into the job market, embracing AI, going after some different role types that are kind of skills trade roles. At Amazon we have a lot of operations roles, but also leveraging AI tools that are increasingly in the military and talent acquisition networks is really key. And I'm happy to talk more about that later. Over to you.
Yeah, I agree on the AI component. It's scary, right? Of like I've seen models where an entire TA organization goes away and it could be automated, right? And the companies that are going to use AI the right way is where are their human touch points, right? Where are we going to embed somebody to make it seem like it's not a robotic application process? It's coming, it's here. Some companies are embracing it a little more than others, but I'm a big believer that we're using it to do all the administrative things that are just getting in the way. So we're using AI to kind of knock down some doors and try to get people to the right place faster.
Yeah, well, Jim, you're dealing with the human component of this, right? Yeah. You're dealing with people who are experiencing the job market and other things in their life firsthand. How are they reacting to this job market from your perspective?
The veterans that come to us, one of our biggest needs is employment. In the employment, not just employment, but underemployment. And you find out about the underemployment when you start to dig a little bit deeper into what's going on in their life, and that they're not able to make ends meet, they're financially stretched, and so then how do you get them up to a better job, or how do they get a better opportunity where they live? And that's the key, right? They may live, 40% of veterans in the United States live in rural communities. So how do they then take advantage and move up in that space? The other thing that we noticed, and you talked about transitioning veterans, the veterans that we see that are at the greatest risk are Desert Shield Storm, late or early post 9/11 veterans. Anybody who served like 2004, between 94 and 2004, or 90 and 2004, those are the ones that they're not fresh out of the workforce. They don't have all the resources that a post 9/11 veteran would have, and they may have been downsized because of AI, and now they have to start a new career. They're pre-retirement, pre-Social Security. That's the gap. There's a big gap there.
And what do you think the biggest challenge they're facing? Why are they struggling so much from your perspective? Is it their resume? I mean, I see oftentimes, I've applied for 6,000 jobs and nobody's responded to me. And my response is, why did you apply for 6,000 jobs and not build some relationships? But
yeah.
What's your take on that?
Well, I think a couple of things. What I see amongst veterans, and there's a lot of communities. I see Charlie Hall out here and Scott Johnson. But I mean, what I see amongst veterans is that they're more and more isolated. And whether it's social media or whether it's the lack of engagement, building the relationships is key. It's like, have you gone out? Have you talked to a local community? Have you gone to a club or an organization that is of something you're interested in to meet people? Because as much as there is AI, it's really who you know, and building a relationship with them ahead of the application that sort of helps. Is that right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And so it's the lack of skill to do that. I would even say that transitioning service members, when I help young Rangers get out of the military and transition, I go socialize, go meet everybody you know, go to LinkedIn, find the company you want to go to, build a relationship with them, blah, blah, blah. They just don't do it.
Yep. Well, Ian and Jonathan, talk a little bit about kind of the AI agents and the screening of resumes, and then, how are your companies working past, what could be an AI agent that's overlooking military talent?
Yeah, so I can, of course we have ATS agents, applicant tracking system agents that support, the resumes we get, and we get thousands of resumes at both companies per day. And that's really hard, and especially as we mentioned, some of the descoping of the workforce, often the first groups of people that are unfortunately descoped in many companies are recruiting teams, and they get thinned out. And so what happens is, where you may have had, particularly with military, solely purpose-built military recruiting teams are then kind of resourced across the board to support multiple business lines. What a pilot, and I'm going to kind of turn this to a pilot we're currently running right now, which I think can show how you can leverage AI to make a big difference. We've actually, we just wrapped up a pilot with this company called Redeployable. It's a UK software company. And what that enables, what they offer for a value proposition is the ability to take job simulations to try before you apply, if you will. So we'll use the Amazon Area Manager example. So imagine going to the Amazon.jobs page, clicking on the redeployable link. You go off our page to the redeployable page, and then you can try an area manager simulation. Now think of it as like the worst day in the world as an Amazon area manager. You show up, conveyor belt 2 is broken, the San Antonio truck and the Austin truck are in the opposite spots, there's sick conditions. And so you've got to solve these problems one at a time over a course of like 20 minutes. And then after you solve each problem with natural language and task selection, they ask you, how did you enjoy that? And at the end of it, if you index very high on enjoyment for the work and you also did well, then we have like a confidential pooling rec that is released. You can apply for the job. Or if you're far enough out, we can say, hey, we recommend you take this training. You up these math skills. In that case, we're leveraging AI to expose people to the work before they apply, give them some additional skills to prepare them for it, then they go forward as a much more prepared candidate into the process. And that, the final, before I hand it over, the beauty in that is we want people to try the job and not apply for it, because that's better than them applying for it, getting hired, realizing 6 months into the work that they don't like the work, and then end up leaving Amazon. So we think there's a lot of untapped potential that you can do with AI, and we're starting to experiment.
Yeah, and I'll add to that too for AI, right? Everyone, as an applicant, you're looking at AI from a negative, right? It's going to knock me out, right? I'm going to be not reviewed by a human. It's going to be a bot that kind of just looks at my stuff and knocks me out. We're looking at using it more as a recommender, right? Recommending, like you said, the training, but even to the recruiters and the hiring managers of recommending a person that applied to a position over in San Antonio, let's recommend them for another position that they might not have thought of, but they've got the right skills to do both jobs, right? So let's give them more opportunities to get exposure to, and you're not just against one requisition, you get this position out. You're an applicant for all of our openings.
Can I add on one more thing?
Yeah, please.
Especially if you federate down AI tools to individual recruiters where they can kind of build their own individual tools, do the things that meet their needs individually. That allows a recruiter to be a lot more effective, to your point.
Yeah.
And so provisioning them that access, I think, is really powerful. I think we're just on the cutting edge of it right now.
Well, let me pull kind of on that thread a little bit. Like, how important is that human in that interaction with the military community? We talked a little bit about the relationships. I mean, you have that human connection all the time. I mean, how important is that human and that interaction between whether it's a veteran or a transitioning service member, and the job openings that you may have, or the job openings you hope you can help your clients find?
To your point about underemployment, I think that's where a human, especially a human who has an appreciation of the military and what that person represents, is super important. They kind of say, actually, no, this person needs to be advocated for in this hiring process, this application process, to maybe go to that other role. And one thing we do to kind of supplement that human interaction, we just launched this within Amazon recently. It's called the Military Advocate Leader Training, or excuse me, it was the Military Talent Champion. So we actually train and educate some of our non-military leaders who are in the hiring process, who are at different points in the company, giving them that appreciation for that military candidate, so when they do advance to a hiring board or they're a recruiter evaluating resumes, they kind of have that military appreciation, which we hope kind of reduces underemployment.
Yeah, I'll add to two. And we all know veterans to veterans are going to help each other, right? Yeah. And I was joking earlier around that I was brought into this world, right? I think we need more people that are not veterans to appreciate what you all bring. And that takes work, right? And it takes somebody bringing in another person, giving them exposure to a new opportunity. So like Tom Downs now works at Hiring Our Heroes. He's the one that brought me into this world. I'm now taking that and trying to bring other people in similar positions in similar companies to kind of take it to the next step, because we need that to expand out just our outreach to more people. More people will help. They need to get it.
Jim, I got two questions for you, but I want to pull on the discussion.
You're going to make me
thread.
remember two things?
No, I'm going to ask you one at a time, and if you need, I can write it out. I want to pull on this about the importance of getting non-veterans involved at the community level, and why that matters from what you see.
Yeah, I'll go to a story. I was up at UBS years and years ago. We were talking to UBS about working together, and one of the biggest advocates in UBS for veterans was a non-veteran. And he came around and said, hey, I didn't serve in the military, but my father did, and my grandfather did. And I'm committed. I'm probably more committed than the military members within the UBS community, hiring community, than anybody else is. And he was a senior executive who really drove forward UBS's program to do this. But the point is, I tell vets, I said, or service members who are transitioning in vets, don't just look for the veteran. Look for the person who cares enough to make sure that you move forward in your life, whether they served in the military or didn't. And so I think that's the answer is you can't just say, oh, I'm only going to work with veterans. Well, no. By the way, we're only 7% of the U.S. population. You're going to end up working with 93% of us at some point.
Yeah. Okay, question number 2.
There you go, thank you.
Underemployment. I know this is something that you talk a lot about. We've touched on it just a little bit about the underemployment issue. Help the audience understand from your lens, when you talk about underemployment, what do you mean by that, and then how do we start to work to solve it?
Yeah, I think underemployment is a really subjective thing, right? It's your perception of whether you're underemployed. I have a great friend who served in the military, so he's retired. He's 100% service-connected, disabled, fully able to go back to work, and he paints dorm rooms in this major college, and his name is Dave. And I said, Dave, you can do so much more. And he said, I don't want it. He's underemployed. So you'd look at him. Statistically, he is underemployed. With his education, he's got his master's degree, he's got his MBA, and he's painting dorm rooms. And I said, what are you doing? He said, I am living my best life right now. This is what I want to do. You know what I'm responsible for? My paint, my brush, and that room. And I was like, got it. He would be classified as underemployed, right? Then you have another veteran, and they're doing really pretty well. And they say, I'm underemployed. And you go, why are you underemployed? I can't pay all my bills. I'm financially not really managing myself well. I need to earn more income. I think I have more potential. And you say, are you underemployed? Or do you have different expectations? So again, underemployment, in my opinion, is a very subjective thing. And this is where it takes talking to the veteran to figure out, where are they in their life? I equate it, and we've talked about this in the Veteran Employment Collective. Is the outcome of success a job, or is the outcome for success that you're more hopeful tomorrow than you were today, right? And a level of hope and a level of what you look forward to, and then say, okay, if you're not hopeful, what do we need to do? How can we connect you to those services? So this goes back to it. If you used AI to look at both of their things, that is not going to come out.
Right.
And so you've got to talk to the veteran. You've got to understand where they are in their life and where they want to go, and what do you need to connect them to get them to a point of which they say, I have a good quality of life, and I'm more hopeful for tomorrow than I am today. And that's success, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And Rand is doing some very interesting analysis on this, and I'm hopeful starts to chip away at the traditional narrative of what is, I think, a very subjective, are you underemployed question that I think is coming out here in the next several months. I'm
That'd be
interested
great.
in that. But agree wholeheartedly on your point that there are days where I wish I don't say this. I guess I'm saying it publicly now. Where I wish I was responsible for a bucket of paint.
Paintbrush room.
Yeah.
You know, all I got to supervise, no humans.
So you got to do the ceiling, then that's good.
Yeah.
Right. That's Anyways.
All right. From your lens, what do you see when veterans come in, as far as especially transitioning service members, and their expectations as to what they qualify for? How does that factor into your equation? And I suspect it probably depends, right?
Yeah, the compensation requests tend to be, hey, I get housing, I get this, and I want all that too, right? And that doesn't usually follow to our sector. I think one of the challenges they're facing is when they're doing a change of career, right? They're kind of starting over, right? And their competition is recent grads. And it's not been a great year for college students getting jobs. And that's their competition right now. And it's difficult, and you want to help them all. However, it's something we need to kind of think through about how do we tackle this.
Yeah, it's kind of a scattershot. You get people from all over that landscape, and you do get people at maybe 10% who, as a matter of fact, I was in a workshop a little while ago where they said this, 05, retiring at 20 years, and then the write-up had said, deserves this job. And there's kind of that attitude, I think, in some cases where they think they deserve something. And I once heard it said, and I thought this is a really elegant description, you wouldn't take a civilian with no military experience and then make them like a battalion commander and expect them to do X, Y, and Z. So on the converse side, you don't really expect that you should walk right in all cases, those executive roles. You deserve that stuff. But yeah, it all goes back to your point about networking, how well prepared they are, whom they talk to, how they prepare the resume, how they prepare for that interview, the research they put in. But yeah, I think we see the full gambit of folks.
Yeah, if I can,
please.
I talk to a lot of young guys who are getting out of the military, and they'll go, "Mom, my buddy said I can make blah 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 blah," and I said, "And he always told you the truth your whole time you known him." Right. No. Well, I guess what he's not probably telling you the truth right now. And yeah, you go, no way.
Yeah, I dealt with that when I was a JAG. We had some barrack room JAGs that were giving us some really good legal advice.
Yeah, exactly. It was the same thing. They're giving employment advice. It's sort of like, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm gonna.
That's right.
But it's like talking to the guy at transition, and they're telling you all about getting out and getting a civilian job in a company, and you go, so when you got out, where did you go? I came to work here. Yeah. And you go, okay.
That's a larger discussion about TAP. Not worth peeling right now, but you have people who are training TAP courses that have never had a civilian job.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's a very, very real challenge from my perspective. But let's put that one to the side. Let's talk about experiential bridges and programs like SkillBridge and why those are so important for closing the gap.
Yeah, well, I'm a SkillBridge veteran myself, so it is so critical to giving that transitioning service member a chance to kind of demonstrate to the employer who might not know what skills they actually have and how those actually translate to performing the job. And I think, don't quote me on it, but I want to say it's 80% or so of folks who do SkillBridge actually convert and do really well and change over. Also, and I don't know if this is part of your question too, Eric, but those experience crossover opportunities that provide training and education are probably more important today than ever, as we talked about, this new AI climate we're in, where skills trades are super important, partially to drive and support this AI industry we're in right now. If some of you aren't aware, right now we are in a AI data center gold rush. Like it's probably, I don't know, 3, 5, 8 years or something where everybody's racing to get into this AI cloud. There's a lot of racing to build data centers and get into that trade. And yeah, so the more opportunities can arise, like we have one at Amazon where we take transitioning service members and veterans and military spouses, put them through data center operations or engineering training free of charge right now, and through the community college, and then put them into on-the-job training and leveraging SkillBridge for at least the first 12 weeks of that. Opportunities like that, I think, are super important now more than ever as we move forward.
Yeah, we're big proponents of the program. It's not just, it's mutually beneficial, right? They get to come in, experience what it's like working in a company like a Booz Allen, like an Amazon, see what the culture is like. If they don't like it, that's fine, right? We're about giving them the right experience. So us being able to look at them in that program, they might not be perfect for the team that they were aligned to as well, and they get to network within an entire organization of 30,000+ people or whatever the organization's size is, and it's been great. We're getting about 85 to 90% of people that come through the program are getting offers and accepting. So something's happening up front, the special sauce that HOH is doing the vetting and getting us the right people, and having managers on the ground that are selecting those people as well. I'm trying to expand it to even triple the size of the fellowships that we're taking on right now. I just need more partners within my own company to help do it, which is what we talked about, more civilian folks to help.
Yeah, I'll give you the numbers. I mean, Penn State ran the analysis for us, and they ran it against a cohort of service members who weren't able to participate in SkillBridge, and then, of course, analyzed it based on the same rank and gender and MOSs. And what they found was that a service member who participates in SkillBridge or in our fellowship has a 10-fold increase in their odds of getting hired within 3 months. And their average salary is 75% higher. So it is a program that works. Now, it is also a program that creates challenges for commanders who are trying to meet readiness requirements. And so there has been some recent changes with Project Patriot Pipeline for defense industrial-based companies. We'll see how that unfolds, but it is a program that works, but it's also not cheap, and it does impact, the military's primary mission, which is keeping us safe.
Yeah, I gotta, from the community perspective on SkillBridge, and from a holistic perspective on SkillBridge, you're either going to pay me now or you're going to pay me later. And SkillBridge for me, from my perspective, is you're not only test driving a company, but you're test driving a community. You're getting paid by the military. You potentially you're transitioning hopefully to a community, and you're doing SkillBridge in a community where you want to reside, but you're getting paid, you're moving your housing, you're getting settled, your family's figuring out what's the best car auto repair place to get your hair cut, and place to shop. But the point is that you're doing this soft transition out of the military, and not okay, we're going to come up, your DD-214 is here, your pay is stopping, and now you got to figure out your life, which is, when you think about it, I did it. When you figure out it and you transition, now you got to figure out where you're going to live, how you're going to sustain yourself, where the recreational activities are, where your kids are going to school, all of these things while you're not getting paid. Mm-hmm. SkillBridge gives you a period of time where you can get paid and do the transition and go, okay, we can do this. I think one of the biggest things that we see amongst the veterans that come to us is economic instability, and they're struggling economically. When you put, and Johnny Richardson from USAA said with the Honor Through Action, they're looking at this transition, this transition piece, and the amount of economic hit the families take just in transitioning out of the military. Put SkillBridge on top of that, it softens it. That's my opinion.
Can I add one more benefit of SkillBridge too? Is the other thing that we didn't talk about, it kind of complements that academic study you talked about, is retention outcomes. So this is just Amazon, but 4 years ago we just did a little internal data deep dive, and we found that SkillBridge graduates, veteran SkillBridge graduates, had better retention rates not only than non-SkillBridge veterans, but than non-veterans. And that's a significant, aspect of why we want to invest in that, because we want to keep the people, not just to get a job for a year or two, but to start a meaningful career they enjoy. So it pays dividends.
Yeah, we're the same boat, right? Yep. The folks that come through this program, they're here with Booz Allen for years. The ones that are not through the program are, they're probably going in 2 years, right? Because they maybe just took a job because they needed a job for financial stability, and then they find their job later in life, later 2-3 years down the road. So it's great. It's try before you buy.
Yeah, Jim, I love your point about you're going to pay for it now or you're going to pay for it later, because unfortunately, that seems to often be the case. Let's pivot just here in these last 20 minutes about the evolution of the workforce. Ian, you started to talk about the gold rush on data centers, but it's just not data centers. It's really much broader than that as we look at durable jobs for the future, how that's changing because of AI, and on our end of it, the Hiring Our Heroes end of it, we have skilled trades academies that we've been very, very aggressively launching to help service members experience those skilled trades. I often think that a lot of service members don't know what they don't know about advanced manufacturing. They still very much have their grandparents' perceptions of those industries. Where do you see kind of these jobs of the future going, and how much of it will be more skilled trades adjacent in the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, yeah, so I'm sort of myopic maybe on looking at data centers and working backwards from what that industry economic development looks like, right? And I think that's 5 years, maybe more. We're going to do a lot of building there. But what I've learned is it's not just data centers, Amazon, AWS, and all these other companies, right? Data center roles. But around a data center, you have an ecosystem of skilled trades. You have fusion splicers, you have electricians, you have all these different skilled trades that aren't necessarily even at the company they're being supported. They're independent contractors, they're unions, and all that stuff. So it seems like as you grow, in this case, that particular type of industry, in this case, data centers, you also have 3 or 4 rings of other industries that are supporting that growing. So yeah, I think, we all know like the shipbuilding, there's a lot of push behind that. There's overlap between shipbuilding and data centers in a lot of ways. There's a lot of commonalities. In our data centers, we have a lot of former submariners who work in that. So there's a lot of time the military can leverage. Where we look exactly 5 to 8 years, I'm not sure, but I see skilled trades growing explosively across the board.
To back that up, right? At Booz Allen, there's a lot of people with college degrees, master's degrees, and they are telling their college or their high school students or kids, do not go to college, right? It's too expensive. They're driving them more to trades programs than they are saying, I don't remember when I was young, I didn't have a choice. I was like, you're going to college. It's not that way anymore. Like folks are being recommended to not take on that financial burden, go back. I mean, there's still good parts of going to college, I'll take that. But they're highly educated people telling their kids, do not go to college, go to skills trades.
In apprenticeships, right? Like, if you look back at the history of the Western Hemisphere, going back to like 1000, 1100 AD, right? The primary development education mechanism was apprenticeships. They start as guilds, right? And they kind of turn into apprenticeships. All our forefathers were apprentices. To your point, I think it's been only been like last 70, 80 years after World War II that everyone needs to get a college degree. But this is a deviation from the norm, and I think we're seeing an opportunity to go back to that potential.
Jim, thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I think apprenticeships are key to success, and not just in the trades. Talk about SkillBridge. SkillBridge is sort of an apprenticeship. It's a shortened apprenticeship, but I mean, one of the things I see, and when we talk about 20-year career, but talk about the 6-year, the E3 or E4, E5 that gets out. Most of their time in the military has been spent with somebody telling them where to go and what to do. Having somebody sort of right seat ride with them or be next to them as they go through this process, whether it's skill bridge or whether it's an apprenticeship into the trades, it helps them transition into open thinking. There's a number of people that I was like, can't you know that you need to move out to the right, and they look at me and they go, somebody's got to tell me to do it. Mm-hmm. I think that's a learned skill, is being able to know where to go, but then taking the action to move that way.
Yeah, and I think I really appreciate the discussion on both skilled trades, and I maybe a little bit of a contrarian view, or maybe not contrarian, but a little bit of a nuanced view. I think it's going to be more of both in the future, where the real question is not whether education will matter, especially a college education. But that may not be where you start. If you want to be a business owner, you could start out maybe in the trades, but at some point that accounting degree and that education is going to be helpful in managing that business. And so I think from my lens on this, it's not going to be a either or discussion for many people. It's probably going to be an and the question is where do you start? Do you start with the trade and then think about education? Or do you start with an education, get a degree, and then think about really fine-tuning that in the trades? But that's...
I got to tell you, with the Forever GI Bill now, folks who are getting out today, they can use their GI Bill for the rest of their life. They're not capped out at 15 years. I think that those choices give you a little bit more breadth of expansion. To talk about apprenticeships, the current GI Bill, only 3% of those who use the GI Bill use it for apprenticeships. So it's very low usage. Most of the trades can use their GI Bill, can use the GI Bill to get to the trades. I think one of the things that we see when somebody transitions out, those young men and women, they're looking for, how do I pay for my bill? How do I pay my bills? That's the number one thing. And sometimes the easiest thing, because you don't pick your ETS date, it's picked for you. And you may have a job over here, and you can't take it because you're currently serving. And then by the time you hit your ETS date, that job's not available. So now you have a gap, and your focus is, I got to pay for a car payment, if I've got a family, blah, blah, blah. You've got all these other things. And one of the things that we see is, what are you going to do? I'm going to school. Why are you going to school? I get my GI Bill. I get that living stipend right off the bat, which is cash. I wait for my VA disability check to kick in, and then I start to accommodate. That's why you see so many go into school. They may not complete it, but they do it because it's a way to generate revenue to sustain their lives and pay the bills that they have to pay. So there's those what I just described are a bunch of policy issues that need to come up, and I don't mean to, but those are the things. Yeah. If you said, hey, you can't take it, your ETS date is here, we want you, we'll hold that job for you, but you probably don't do that.
Yep.
Anyways.
That's interesting.
Right?
Well, that kind of goes to the point of engagement early, right, and getting commitment early, right, so you can save those positions for down the road.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I want to talk, as we spend this last 10, 15 minutes in conversation, I really want to talk, and I will leave a little bit of time for any questions that may be in the audience. The space has evolved quite a bit in the last 15 years since certainly I've been here, and I see organizations working, even whether it's nonprofits or community organizations, doing a better job of working together to focus on the needs of the military community. Jim, do you want to talk a little bit about the Veteran Employment Collective?
Yeah. By the way, I know that was, I think it was a great idea. I think that hiring our heroes, leading the effort. For those who don't know what the Veteran Employment Collective is, it's led by Hiring Our Heroes, supported by IVMF. You've got 4-block vet jobs, Hire Heroes USA. Keep going.
No, I'm just going to say,
yeah. Don't quiz me on that one. So, anyways, there's the biggest veteran employment programs have all come together. AWP is part of it. If you have a barrier to employment, any of those organizations can kick back to us. We free the barrier and then push you back into the program so that you can keep going. But the point is that what we were seeing what we were seeing is we'd have somebody who was looking for a job and we'd say, okay, well, we're going to refer you to 4 Block. And they would say, well, I went to 4 Block. And then we'd say, okay, we're going to go to USA Jobs. Well, I went to USA Jobs. Well, we didn't know. The others didn't know who was going. Sometimes the one veteran was going to 5 different organizations. You can tell it better than I can, but you came up with the idea.
I'm just going one point of clarification. It's not led by Hiring Our Heroes, and I think that to me is very important.
You are the you're the flame. They're the
we'll talk about
oxygen.
It over cocktails.
I don't know which pick you choose.
Look, at the end of the day, I think what we're starting to see in this space, and I know Charlie from Mission 85, is that at the end of the day, service member, there's no one organization that's going to meet the needs of the military community, either from an employment perspective or a mental health perspective. And what that has led, I think, a lot of organizations to understand is if we don't work together, we're not serving the community. I mean, I really think it's that simple. And so by working together with IVMF and AWP and Next Stop and Vet Jobs and 4 Block, we're really able to, if somebody needs a service that we don't provide, then I'd much rather get them over to Jim, or I'd much rather, Hire Heroes USA is part of that as well, I forgot.
Yeah.
If they need a resume or they need a direct placement, that's what we're doing. And it's been, a couple of things. We're better serving the community, and we're now collecting data that we've never seen before of what services in combination across organizations really move the needle. And I think that's what is exciting about it.
And all those organizations that Eric talked about, some of them serve a specific population, whether, if it's Next Stop, they're serving, enlisted ranks to get them into the positions and, anyways.
And let's talk a little bit on the employer side. I mean, how important is it for you to see organizations both as a funder, but as someone who is hopefully finding the talent that you need? How important is that?
I think for us it's simplicity, right? We don't have the same amount of resources in the past. So if it's made simple, right, we're more apt to move the needle, right? And it's not just simple for the company, but simple for the transitioning member. So we always are trying to, I'm inherently lazy. I like to try to figure out the easiest way to get something done. But that's kind of where we look at it, is without the resources to do all the things that we definitely want to do, having organizations like that will make our lives a lot easier to make an impact.
Yeah, absolutely agree, 100%. Also, and I can measure it from the individual military transitioning job seeker, how we move the needle on their awareness and education understanding. And I don't know if we have people who've ever worked at a hiring event, career fair, job fair, and you stand at a table and that veteran walks up to you or transitioning service member and says, oh, I just want a job, or what do you do, or I'll do anything.
I can manage anything.
Yeah, I can manage anything. These really open-ended questions and you have to do the Socratic dialogue back and forth and kind of get them dialed into what they want to do. But that they're not setting themselves up for success, but a job fair and interacting with recruiters, that sort of thing, can be a totally different story if they are forearmed, forewarned, educated, and know specifically how to engage at those events. Mm-hmm. So if it moves the needle and I think we're seeing it, that makes them a lot more prepared to go and transition and own their own transition and be educated on it. So I think it's going to be really big.
I'm going to ask one more question, or I will in a second, but let me ask the audience, do you all have any questions that you would like I don't know if we have microphones, so you may have to.
And we have a WUVA app that you can submit, and I'll hand it to Eric.
Yeah, that WUVA app is pretty active.
Yeah. You can go in and ask a question. Here's
you can ask a question. Are there any questions in there, Jim?
There's no questions.
Well, look, this is your opportunity. If you have a question, please ask a question. Yeah. I know that you all would love to answer them.
Yeah.
So while we're waiting for those questions to come in, where do you see, from a veteran employment landscape, a military spouse employment landscape, what do you think needs to be done in the near term to continue moving the needle, both from a corporate perspective, but also from a community perspective.
I think taking down some of the barriers, right, that are hindering us to move faster, whether it's just regulations or not. But we I don't know, it's it's a lot, but we're built on speed. We want to find people as quickly as possible, get them into jobs as fast as possible. So if we remove some of the barriers of, like, even it's from a recruiter holding it up, or a manager reviewing resumes, or AI knocking somebody out, like, getting people to the finish line faster is going to be better. So eliminating the barriers.
So yours is mostly on the some of the corporate side, maybe, that that some of the internal hiring processes need to speed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have two. Short term, I think it's relatively easy. It sounds easy. It can actually be kind of difficult. No scar tissue there. Is creating skills-based hiring opportunities, like working to open up a lot of jobs that would be perfect for someone who has that military experience, years of leading people, that sort of thing, but may not have that college degree. I think that's a pretty easy win, and I think it opens you up to 83% more of the military workforce than just college degrees alone. Second part of my answer is a little more complex. I think something we need to work on is working alongside our friends at DOW and starting military transition when they contract, when they enlist in the military, when they join the military, they learn about the opportunities that are going to be available after. And HOH, I applaud Eric and team are kind of starting that process. In this room, I think, 2 months ago, they had the Our Community Salutes graduation here to champion those military recruits who are about to go to boot camp. And in that room, cheering them on as they took the oath of enlistment, were all these employers, and they kind of understood, like, wow, there is fiduciary, lucrative opportunity for me if I do this and get those skills. So kind of that approach, I think, is going to be increasingly important.
Great. So we have a question. We got 2 questions, actually, maybe 3 now, but we definitely have 2.
4.
4, wow. Well, lightning round.
Get going.
Okay. So obviously, really, since COVID and beyond, companies have been investing a lot in mental health resources. And talk a little bit about some of the mental health resources that your companies are investing in, and how is that leveraged by the military community that are coming into your workforce?
Yeah, I can start, or you?
Sure.
So one thing we're very proud of is Amazon's partnership with AWP. So we have, thanks to AWP, on our internal Amazon resources, we have a great big AWP link. Any of our military veterans and military spouses can click on that content. We have at Amazon, we have wikis. So all different business lines have wikis and access to this, and they can get that counseling support, unique military counseling support that is kind of tailor-made to them. So yeah, that's been huge, and it was very easy to implement as well.
Yeah, and it's holistic. And for all the communities that are in the room, if someone comes to us, and I'm going to pick on Charlie Hall over here from Greenville, and if somebody came to us and they were in your Greenville Center, we're going to call Charlie and go, hey, we got a veteran in your community. This is what's going on. But it's holistic. It's not just behavioral health, but it's housing, employment, education, transportation. Do the same thing with Wells Fargo, and there's a number of other UBS here. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I was going to say, for us, it's a lot of the success that we see is through the employee communities, right? That they're talking to somebody that's a safe place to talk to. So having those well-formed employment communities has really been key for us.
Yeah. Well, I think we've in many ways, we've started to normalize conversations around mental health, which I think is really important for our country and for our companies and our communities. I think it doesn't mean we always get the help that we need to get people at the right time, but I see more people having those conversations, and I think that's important.
Yeah, I think what's unknown is that there are a lot of resources. There's a lot of resources if you know where they are. And that's the key, is that we never helped anybody we didn't know. And in order to move forward, you have to understand where somebody is, where they are, where they want to go, and connect them to the resources at the community level or from the national level. There's some incredible programs out there that are available.
All right, another question. What do you all think about the terms of veteran-ready and veteran-friendly employers? How useful are they?
I didn't hear you.
Veteran, how useful are the terms veteran-ready or veteran-friendly employers for job seekers?
I think it's good veteran to veteran, right? Veteran to civilian. It takes a little more work to kind of get the message out.
Yeah, I don't get. I use both interchangeably. R.J. Jenkins, who's a friend of all of ours, I think in the room from Columbia, has often said that veteran-friendly companies want to help veterans or want to help lead veterans, help veterans. Veteran-ready organizations want veterans to help lead us. And within there's the idea that we're empowering them to take charge and lead us in different ways. I think that's something we should all aspire to, and we may never all get there, but I think it makes for a nice North Star we aim at.
Yeah, I look at it veteran-friendly, veteran-ready. If you're a company and you give a shit about veterans and their families, and you take care of them, excuse me, we're probably going to be in broadcast, but anyways, and you take care of them, and you connect them to the resources that they need, you give them a positive environment, and you care about who they are, I don't care what they call you.
Right.
Your success.
It's going to be genuine.
Well, I think it's more an issue of accountability, in my view. I mean, there are a lot of companies that I've seen over the years that have some label, whatever that is, but they're not necessarily investing the resources to create those relationships. And so, in my view, accountability is something that we should all strive for. I see that we're out of time, and unfortunately, we don't have any time for any more questions. Could we give our panelists a round of applause? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you.
You bet.
All right. We hope you enjoyed the panel discussion led by Eric Eversole. Now, joining us on stage, please welcome back Jim Lorraine, who will be moderating a wrap-up panel discussion around what's next for the veteran space.
All right, I'm back. No, I'm kidding. Hi, everybody. We're the last panel between us and old Ebbets. So, I want to thank you all for being here. It's been great, and we've got I think this wraps it up because strengthened partnerships. What does it look like? You've heard me say together we can do better. What that requires is partnerships, groups working together, hand in hand, a lot of trust. This panel is full of that. So if you guys can it's in your WUVA app, but if just a little bit about yourselves all the way down, and then we'll kick it off.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Mercy Amiel Aston. I'm from Raymond James Financial. I was in the military for about 17 years before medically retiring due to combat injuries. I was fortunate enough to land a second career in the corporate finance space and being able to be honestly surrounded by wonderful people and helping establish our Veterans Resource Group at Raymond James called Valor.
I'm Chris Ford. I'm a retired Air Force veteran, and I work at USAA and lead our Face the Fight Coalition initiative focused on veteran suicide prevention. And in the last 10 minutes, Mercy has become my best friend.
I'm Todd Dusso. I work for the Bob Woodruff Foundation. I'm a proud Army veteran. About 28 years total service with the Army, active Guard and Reserve, and just really honored to be here.
Yep. My name is Corey Boatwright, president of Student Veterans of America, Air Force veteran. 6 years in the Air Force. Prior to this, I was at HOH for a bit, and LinkedIn for 8 years running the military programs.
Great. This is a great panel. I want to lead off with Chris, right? You lead a coalition, Face the Fight, USA's effort to reduce veteran suicide. I can tell you my experience organizing organizations is really tough, right? And you've had other experience. Chris and I have known each other since you were at the Pentagon.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
It's been a long time. You know, tell us a little bit from your perspective, because you lead this big coalition towards an effort that's pretty big. Tell us a little bit about why it's important about focus on the strength and partnerships.
Yeah, I mean, let's be candid that veteran suicide is a persistent problem that's been plaguing our community far too long. And I don't think there's anybody in this room who hasn't been personally or professionally affected by a loss. And I was proud that USAA stood up to say, this is the #1 issue that our members are concerned about and our teammates are concerned about for the last decade.
Yeah.
But they asked a thoughtful question, is like, what could USAA do as a financial services company on this issue? We're not experts in it. And my predecessor, Justin Smith, was super smart in doing 2 things out the gate. One, hiring experts in suicide research and evaluation at UT Health to bring in the best minds around how might we approach the problem. 2, bringing Elizabeth Dole Foundation to help us build a coalition because we knew we couldn't do it alone. And it's with those 2 strengths that we really decided that the power of moving the needle on this issue was never going to happen with one company alone, as big as USAA might be. We needed everyone to lean in. And now the coalition is almost over 400 members, and those are government agencies, nonprofits, community partners, civic agencies, you name it. Everyone is in this massive coalition. And what I find different about it versus like when you and I first started meeting more than a decade ago is, I think it's a rare gift when you find organizations are willing to set aside egos and logos for the cause. Because I've been on both sides of it, right? I founded a nonprofit, I led another nonprofit, I now help lead a program, but I'm also a funder. So I think it's a rare opportunity to see when a coalition can come together and say, we care about this issue enough to set aside our interests to figure out where we can learn and be more effective against this problem. And we had a great coalition convening hosted by Humana Foundation in Louisville in March. And it was really refreshing to see organizations say, where do I fit into the solution set here? I think it comes from this problem is really persistent and everybody's been affected by it. So the intentionality is there. But what I love is the diversity of membership, right? That not everybody there is a suicide intervention organization. There's food insecurity, housing, employment assistance. They're all saying, I think I have a role in making this better. Help me plug in.
Yeah.
And I think that's different than some of the things we've both experienced. I think all of us have experienced in different community settings.
Yeah, it's looking for the right, you know, everybody has a role. It may not, nobody covers everything, but it's everybody has a role in the process. Todd, I'm going to move down to you, because you guys are in a role as Bob Woodruff Foundation. You're a funder. You're an influencer in terms of research and the other work that's being done, but you also run programs, organize organizations, right? So it's a partnership. It's the strength in partnership. So you're a funder. You got the carrot and you got the stick.
Yeah.
Right. So what do you see the future being, and what do you see the strength in partnership?
Well, we have the Got Your Six network, over 480 organizations strong now, and we're trying to bring that group together to do a few things, right? To show a combined front and to be able to bring all of their resources to bear on whatever particular issue it is. And much like Chris, let's be frank, how many VSO organizations out there? How many family ones? Housing, food insecurity, emergency financial assistance, and mental health, right? How many of you funds are going down, whether they're private or federal?
Yeah, everybody.
Right? All right, so where are we going, and why do communities and coalitions make a difference? Would all the family organizations be willing to come together and close all of yours and direct all your funders and come under one banner or one national organization that through all your experience, organization, their experience and organization are willing to put aside their, what did you say, logos and brands?
Logos and egos.
Yeah, logos and egos, and create an environment that currently does not exist for military families and children, right? We have the Department of the VA, so we're always going to get some money coming out of there. Talk about that real quickly in a minute. But military families and children, where the burden is the greatest, you know, would we be willing to do that? Would we be willing to close and direct our donors to a different family organization? Frankly, just does a better job. Maybe they're better funded, maybe they've been around longer, lots of reasons. So you have to ask yourself that question if you're willing to make that change, because over the next 5 years, the landscape is going to change. If anybody is sitting out there waiting for Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill and even Newt Gingrich to come back into politics, it's not coming. And the federal money's not coming. We don't have it. It's just going to keep getting cut. And it's going to get cut for veterans and military families too. We can write all the op-eds we want. We can send all the letters to the Senate signed by 50 different VSOs. It doesn't make a difference. The left's going to be on the left side, the right's going to be on the right side, and every couple of years, around November, you're going to get bipartisan legislation that comes out. So can we do that? Can we come together as communities and coalitions? Maybe I'm a little extreme on the one end of the example, but are 10 of us willing to come around the table and say, we're going to make a difference in the lives of military families, and logos and egos aside, we're going to do it. That's got to happen, because also the private sector donation money is probably, I didn't ask you to raise your hand, but that's shrinking too. We haven't reached people 35 and under. They're not giving to veterans organizations because that's not the cause. That's not the soup du jour of the time. And the further those people get older, they're going to give less and less to veterans and military causes too, because that's not where they wanted their money to go when they were young. So we've got some really stark issues coming up in the next 5 years if our goal is to help veterans, service members, and military families thrive well after service. If you've heard that before, you've read our website. But that's my question to everybody. Will you come together to make a difference, or will we continue to say, you know, I'm not going to work with them because I really didn't like the way that guy talked on stage at the AWP conference, right? So that's my challenge for coalitions and communities.
Got it. Yeah, I think the strength and partnership, I think that, you know, over the years that I've been in this, you've seen organizations consolidate and combine. It's usually it's driven usually by funding. But I agree, it's a sort of a strength and partnership. And with that, I want to turn to my friend Mercy, because you guys have a really unique model. If you know, Raymond James, you lead their Valor, but that's not your full-time job, which is I think that's a story in itself.
Yeah,
because,
I'll see you at the bar.
Yeah, no, I want you to tell them here what your full-time job is. Yeah, you can tell them at the bar, but they have a really, really unique approach that I love. And I think, Todd, it gets to some of the questions that you have, which is consolidation through service.
Yeah, no, I think it's really important to understand that, like, the key distinction for me between a donor and a corporate partner is commitment, right? A donor basically, you know, initiates and funds programs, whereas a partner is really about helping build capacity, right? And that's what I had to understand. So we've come together at Raymond James. We said, hey, we're veterans. We started a veterans network called Valor. That's great. And I came to realize when you say, hey, we're starting a veterans network, everybody's like, okay, what do you do? And most veterans networks I saw, they were like, well, we get together on Veterans Day and we have lunch and everybody says thank you for your service, and that's it. And I said, okay, but we're more than that as veterans, right? We're resilient. We're really an example to society of, you know, ultimate sacrifices and selfless service. And we started bringing together different nonprofits that we saw were actually helping the community, and we were looking at them from, I call it a smaller scale, right? So these are local nonprofits across the country who we've heard either word of mouth or know from different veterans are making a significant impact. Like, people called and they picked up the phone and then they were there, those nonprofits. And we started talking with them. It started with one, honestly, 8 years ago, and then we're about 50 or so partners that we work with. Every 5 years, we try to rotate them out. And when you ask these partners, hey, are you working with these other nonprofits to do X, Y, Z? They're just like, no, like, why, right? It's not that they don't want to, it's just why. And we sort of forced them as part of a prerequisite to getting a donation from our Raymond James Valor Network is, if you are a partner of Raymond James, that means you will be partnering and working with other partners that are with us. And so from quarterly phone calls, which partnered with Jim and AWP and having them come on board and really strengthening our program because they have such a wide visibility into the nonprofit space and they really know a lot about many groups in this room, and bringing all these partners together on a quarterly basis. They have to get on a call, tell each other what you're doing. And you'd be shocked to see the ones who are saying, hey, we've just implemented XYZ for children of fallen soldiers, and you'll have somebody else on the call. I actually have a Gold Star family that's been looking for this resource, and they actually have nowhere to go, and they didn't know who to call. Because you have to understand, besides sort of that pipeline, people are just Googling. You have networks and families and service members that are Googling and hoping that they're getting the right organization, that somebody will call them back, and sadly sometimes, especially with the work you do, it's too late. They either reach somebody too late. So it's really important to make sure that everybody is just connecting. Veterans don't want handouts. We want handshakes, right? And I think as long as everybody really gets that together, and from a corporate perspective, engage your whole organization, from volunteerism, hiring veterans, empowering them, professional development, doing that in a wide area, and then making sure that you as a corporation are actually utilizing your resources to strategically help VSOs, that's key. But then it comes back to you. Are you making sure that you're talking to the person to the left and the right side of you and learning what they do, so that you can either refer somebody back to them? Because it's not about who's the biggest nonprofit, right? We don't care. It's not a competition. It's about how many people we can serve. So I think that's really the key thing we've been able to find out.
Yeah, the partnerships that we have, and the partnership, Mercy will get a whole list. As she said, their commitment is for 5 years. So if they bring you on for 5 years, you get funded. And then you cycle off, and you do it very politely and very nicely. You cycle off. But part of getting on the list is one of the things that we do is we do the vetting. We look at the financials, and because this is not your primary job. Mm-hmm. So we do it, AWP does it, and then part of the deal is you work through AWP. We're the hub, and these are the spokes, so that we can refer people to these resources, some of which we had never heard of. And some that are just fantastic. And so I think it's the strength in partnership is I always say knowing what's needed, where the needs, and where the means, and then connecting the two of them. Absolutely. Corey, hi. You have a huge history in the veteran space, but now you have a huge job running SVA with your 1,700 chapters, partnerships. You are the leader in the veteran space. There's nobody else who does student veterans as well as Student Veterans of America. Tell me about the strength of partnerships.
We can't do it alone, kind of like what Chris was saying here. There's a lot of things that we could be doing, but we just need to know where our expertise lies and really make sure that we're doing that one thing really, really well, and making sure that we're passing off our members and our constituents to the appropriate organizations that can serve people in ways that we can't serve. We just have to know what it is that we know. And that's, what AWP is so fantastic for is that student veterans come into our orbit, and we can't always help them with what it is that they need, and we need partnerships that can take them to that extra mile or get them to the care that they need. As we kind of move through this, and the organizations that innovate and they figure out how to do this more quickly, and they figure out how to get folks to the right care, is really what's going to be important. And we can only do that with partnerships.
Yeah, I agree. Now, I'm going to do a plug for SVA. They hold a NatCon, which is in right after the 1st of January. It's going to be in Dallas. And I would just tell you that if you're an organization and you're not at NatCon, you need to be there, because they get 3,000 to 4,000 student veterans in the same room together. And it's a huge opportunity to engage and honestly learn a lot from those transitioning service members who have gone to school and they're willing to tell the story. But is that okay for that plug?
I'll Venmo you later.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. So, but NatCon's huge, and SVA's huge. But when you think about it, 1,700 chapters throughout the United States, right? There's 1,300 counties, 1,700 chapters. I just really quick, this is the partnership. A story that I had a Korean War veteran contacted us because he was isolated. He was living in Cheyenne, Wyoming. I called SVA and said, I've got a veteran, Korean War, he's isolated, he lives in Cheyenne. The connection was to the chapter. The chapter said, where does he live? They said, that's 3 blocks from the school. They went out and met with him. He became their poster child, and he was their biggest sponsor and cheerleader for the, but we would never have been able to do that. It wasn't about housing, he was isolated. The student veterans brought him into the group. And I got feedback from him. He goes, you saved my life, you improved my life. And so I think it's about, you said about consolidating, Todd. What do you think, in terms of sharing information? There's a lot of stovepipes. For everybody out in the audience who works in the veteran space, probably there's 20 or 30 different systems out there that you use that are very stovepiped. Todd, what's your perspective on that? You see the whole environment. Tell me about sharing data and freeing those stovepipes to get to partnerships.
Yeah, I think those the biggest thing. Veterans and military families live and work in communities. They don't live and work in regions. They don't live and work at the state level. There's communities. You need food, you go to your local food bank. You need employment or your resume written, you try to find an organization, a university or a veterans organization that can help you do that. What we're really bad at the community level is sharing that information and data and those referrals. So quick story. There are 3 veterans food banks within an hour's drive in Boone, Iowa. All paying for storage, all paying for refrigeration, all paying for staff, all owning and operating vans for distribution of food. They don't even refer to each other first. Mm-hmm. But second, are they willing to combine and have one super food bank that will always be there as they go forward? So my challenge, and the challenge for the foundation we're giving ourselves for the next 5 years, is find some sort of common technology platform that we're all willing to put aside our egos and logos, figure out what is the best platform, especially with this AI advance, and be able to use it so we can refer to each other. I have a real smart employee. He said to me last year, veterans need help in minutes, not hours, hours, not days, days, not weeks, and weeks, not months. It has haunted me since he told me that in November of last year. And that's what we need to do. We have enough organizations to do it. There's 45,000, give or take, veterans organizations in America. There's 4,000 of them that only have one full-time employee. And then it dwindles when you start to go to revenue. But there's plenty of us. We're just not talking to each other. We're not collaborating, and we're not partnering because I think we're a little worried about our turf. Mm-hmm. I'm not the CEO of the Bob Woodruff Foundation, but you show me a better grant maker and I'll close it. I'll give that money to the better grant maker who's going to make a bigger difference than we are. Yeah. And we should all be ready, at least mentally, if not physically, but mentally be able to do that. And partnerships are a product of that.
Yeah, I agree. And I love that. For us and for me, I've always said, I was having an argument with a local VA in Augusta, Georgia, and what you see is we're the center of the universe. I'm the VA Medical Center. I'm the center of the universe. I said, you guys got it all wrong. The veteran and their family are the center of the universe. We're all just around. We're like in orbit around them. And they said, what's your role? I said, we're the gravity. We keep everything together and moving in sync. the point is that I think, to your point, if you take if you're focused on your organization, you're not going to succeed. If you're focused on the individual and on the best outcome that you can give them, that's really the key. Chris, what do you see in terms of the future? Face the fight, partnerships. And by the way, if you have any questions, you can put them in the WUVA app. I've got one, but you go ahead. What do you see as the future and of partnerships?
Yeah, I think to answer that question, to your point, we got to think about what does the future of the community look like, and then how do we engineer ourselves for that. So if you look 5 years down the road, the veteran population will be about 1 million to 2 million smaller. Mm-hmm. It'll be more diverse. There'll be more women, more minorities, less white men, and it'll be younger as the older generations age out. So if we want to be responsive to the community's needs, we should be anticipating the direction that's going and the needs that they will have, and start to evolve our organizations to meet them when they're there, not after they're there. So I think organizations that aren't thinking about diverse families, younger population, more rural, are missing the boat. I think my experience in transition, and which led me to stand up the National Association of Veteran Serving Organizations a long time ago, where you and I first started collaborating, was my experience is that even with the advancements of AI and Google, we're going to try that a couple times, and if it lets me down, I'm not going back to that website, that resource, that phone number. I'm going to call my buddy.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, Jim, what the hell? I went to 6 different places. They all let me down. I'm not eligible. They have a wait list. Whatever the reason, help me. So I think it still all requires human-to-human intervention, human-to-human connection. I look at military spouses in the room. There's not a military spouse that transitions through the military experience without having other spouses helping them pick the next childcare, the next school, the next housing area. That rumor network is the glue to this community. And if I think as veteran serving organizations, we're not in tune with that, we're missing the boat. And someone said this years ago, said, we need to stop asking what do veterans need and start saying, what do I need? Like, don't treat the client like they're so different from ourselves.
Yeah.
And just get grounded into that. To your point, go to SVA, even if you don't do anything with you don't think you do anything with student veterans, these are all people with real life experiences. They're going through the grind at the moment. You can learn a ton about what's plaguing them and how you might shape your services and offerings. So I think it's a long way to say that if we don't evolve to where the community's needs are moving, we're always going to be playing catch up. And in my area that we're trying to focus on, veteran suicide to me is just one of many terrible symptoms of a ton of upstream problems that haven't been addressed. I have hope that and we have strong indication that the work we're doing is moving that needle, but there's so many people in this room that are touching at-risk veterans way upstream from crisis and getting smarter and equipped on how to identify those risks, and to your point, plugging them into the services that can help them instead of trying to create them yourselves, I think is a smarter way to play.
Jim, can I just add something real quick? Go ahead. To build on what Chris said about the number of veterans and their aging backwards, you have to meet the veterans where they are. That's in the communities where they live and work and the things that are important to them. How many of your organizations or you support gaming or are a gamer? That's 0.
Yeah.
Okay, they're not going to the VFW or the American Legion to play cards and shoot pool and drink beer anymore. Yeah. They're gaming. So if you have an organization that's into military children and families and you don't have a robust gaming program, you might want to start looking into it, because that's where they are. I transitioned before most people have served, and gaming got me the community that I didn't have when I took the uniform off. It was on a floppy disk, I'm not gonna lie to you. And the hookup went beep before it hooked on. But it was gaming that did it for me. So we can't create the systems in our image anymore. Those systems are gone, just like government support is gone. And if we realize that, we'll be able to reach those veterans. And if we don't, we won't.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's a great point. It's a great point. What do you see the future? for partnerships? Where's Valor? You guys are on the cutting edge. I think if you're a corporate funder and you haven't talked to Mercy, you need to talk to Mercy.
Talk to me. I yell at different people. And I tell people when it's forgotten country, I don't mind asking anybody for money, and I think my firm clearly knows that. But I want to say that I think that almost to the same topic that you were saying. Also, if you happen to be a VSO or an organization that's near a military base, right? I would encourage you to get engaged with that bases, I don't know, MWR or whatever community outreach programs they have at the base, because I'm going to speak from a recruiting and retention perspective. Raymond James headquartered right in St. Pete and Tampa Bay. It took a few years of having Tampa Bay, home of SOCOM, Transcom, CENTCOM, right there, you have this huge amount of talent pool, exits the military, and then transitioning is already a huge topic in itself, right? Not everybody knows what they're going to do. It's a scary thing. I've been through it. When I transitioned, none of these wonderful programs that exist today actually are there. And we just kept going, why are USAA, Wells and Citi and all these people actually getting this talent pool? We weren't actually, nobody was reaching to us, but we hadn't marketed ourselves as a military employer of choice, is what I would say, right? We were just a premier firm, we're great, but nobody was doing the outreach. Nobody was and it just takes one conversation. It takes one recruitment event, it takes one phone call, and the word of mouth thing is real, because Raymond James Valor has gone to where we are, and we now have a recruiting and retention program within Raymond James, aside from our philanthropic needs, because everybody's told each other. And as far as bases in California, where they're like, hey, my buddy got hired at Raymond James or came through SkillBridge or whatever, and they said that, the culture of the firm is really in line to who we know. As soon as they got to the firm, somebody from Raymond James Valor reached out and said, hey, you're here for a couple months. If you need anything, you got battle buddies on all sides. You're all taken care of. We always need that camaraderie and the outreach, right? So on a corporate side, it's making sure, and I see it more and so, just really collaborating with those bases. If it is an American Legion, if it is a VFW near you, whatever it is, making sure that the veteran first responder military spouse organization that does the outreach is in touch with you guys and just say, hey, we're here in case you need anything, right? Because they most likely also know other nonprofits in the space that you're either already working with that you can collaborate with. I'm not saying just go there to just market yourselves and sell your organization. Go there and see who they're working with and what they're doing, and see if you can all collaborate to really enhance that experience for that veteran and their family when they're transitioning out of uniform. It's a hard process. And if you happen to be near a military base, which honestly there's a lot of us that are near some sort of base at some point, it would really behoove you to make sure you create those relationships, because they're really, really helpful to the families and to you and to the other organizations they're already working with.
That's great. Thank you. I'm going to go to a question. So like I said, if you have questions, go put them in Uwuva. This is to you, Chris, but I'm going to ask it for the whole panel, okay? As an organization who is part of the coalition, I'm assuming it's Face the Fight, how and when do they get invited to receive grant funding through the USAA engine? But I would say, can I ask it a different way?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm an organization and I'm out there doing work. There's 3 funders on the stage. How do I get connected to you? What are you looking for? But around partnerships.
Yeah, I love the question. I've been on both sides of the table, right? And I thought it would be better.
It's nicer on the other side, isn't it?
It's different. It's different. I don't know if it's nicer. There's a lot of pressure to get it right, to be candid. Todd and I were having that conversation earlier today. Look, I think I get it. I started a nonprofit organization. I was employee one of one for many years, scraping by. It took 12 months before I got my first paycheck out of that venture. And then I was fortunate to scale another nonprofit for 6 years. It's hard always looking for money. Here's what I would encourage you to think about. One, don't chase money. Like Corey said earlier, be really good at what you're good at and find your niche and crush that niche. Don't be everything. If you started a business like you do a nonprofit, think about it. You would find a niche, you'd find a customer, you would find a unique value proposition that only you can deliver, that you have an expertise to deliver, and you would be a profitable company. You need to approach your nonprofit as a small business with a tax advantage. Differentiate yourself through quality services and data. Storytelling will invite donors to be curious. Data will help them write a check. So you've got to build a compelling program that is showing really strong results. Pre-service survey, post-service survey. What changed in their experience? It's not good enough to say I served 1,000 veterans this year. If 800 of them come back next year, you haven't solved the root problem. So be clear to yourself and your team, what are we good at? What are we not good at? And quickly refer to partners to be really good at that. When you apply, highlight those partnerships, formalize them, have accountability and transparency between you and your partners. I want to see that. So I'll tell you, with Face the Fight, we focus on protective environments, we focus on access to care. When it comes to protective environments, we're really focused on lethal means safety. 70% of veterans who die by suicide die by firearm. So we don't know why people consider suicide very clearly. It's still a mystery, but we certainly know how in our community. So as a funder, we've built an ecosystem of nonprofits that are all addressing that problem from different angles, and we've been doing that for a couple years. We're starting to stitch them together so that they now know, oh, you do policy at the state level for firearms? I do off-site storage, he does on-site storage, he does training and awareness. We're starting to build an ecosystem. So I think if you're going to differentiate yourself, have strong data, have strong partnerships, and the rest will take care of itself.
I like that. I use a clock. I say at 12 o'clock, do the work. 3 o'clock, get the results, measure everything. 6 o'clock, tell the world. 9 o'clock, raise the money. 12 o'clock, do more work, right? So
much shorter answer than mine. I like it.
No, it's okay. Todd, how about your perspective?
Yeah. Well, I'm looking out and I see some of our grant application people here who've been told no multiple times. So I know what you're thinking. It's hard to get a grant from the Bob Woodruff Foundation, but I'll tell you why. It's because we want to see quantifiable results of the data. We don't do any grassroots fundraising. We spend 5 cents to raise every dollar. Example, Wounded Warrior Project, great organization, 27 cents for $1. High net worth individuals, family foundations, and corporations, that's where we raise our money. And they want ROI. If Raymond James gives me a check every year for $100,000, I will feed them some wonderful veteran stories that you all provide for us from our grantees so that they feel good, they can do their social media communications and their marketing campaigns, because the communications department is always a pain because they want the stories. But in the end, they're going to ask me, we gave you $100,000 for suicide, how many service members or military family members were served? If I can break that down by who was inpatient, who was outpatient, who got therapy, who graduated from therapy, a few testimonials. If you've gotten a grant from us, you know this already. But the key is data. Your good idea isn't good until someone funds it. Steve Jobs was stupid until Apple took off, right? Nuts, living in his parents' basement, sleeping.
Get the results, right?
Sleeping in the garage, right? So your idea isn't good till you get a funder. Work hard on your proposals. It's almost as tough to get money from grant makers as it is from the federal government in the proposal process. But know you're going into that when you do. Then make a decision how you want to get your money. Maybe you want to be a grassroots fundraiser. Maybe you want to go to corporations, high net worth individuals, and family foundations yourself. Or maybe you want to get it granted through Face the Fight or organizations like the Bob Woodruff Foundation. But get a path. If you wore the uniform, attack. Stay on one path and don't deviate from that plan till the enemy gets a vote, and then be ready to deviate from that plan. But it's hard, and funding's going to keep drying up.
Yeah.
We see it, you all see it. I saw you raise your hands. So you got to be very intentional. Sorry.
Mercy, how about you?
Just add quickly, data is absolutely true, and we've started telling our nonprofits, and we've seen the switch. When you give us data, for example, and this has changed the giving for some of the smaller nonprofits, I said, don't tell me like you said, you served 800, 1,000 veterans, and they were great. If you're able to ask for donations in the way where you're saying $1,000 of your money goes to help food insecurity for this one veteran, his 2 sons, and a wife. And I'm telling you, from the way corporations think, people love being able to think and say, I saved this one family. And then afterwards, the family writes a thank you note, or you tell them what happened with that. Did it help? Did the donation change? That's absolutely changed the game for a lot of our nonprofits. Raymond James has branches all over the country. So we see, hey, you have a nonprofit here. We have this Raymond James branch here with these advisors. You have 5 families here that you're helping with XYZ. If you can quantify the giving when it comes to corporate giving, when you can quantify to them and say, if you guys give us $100,000, that's going towards 75 families, and break it down what that means, it's a lot easier to want to give when you know exactly what the impact is. And you want to because you feel connected to that money. And then the second piece I would say, and you made a great point about the giving and how everybody goes about it differently, and maybe you're not getting the grant from the foundation, et cetera. Learn about what the corporate responsibility guidelines are for the organizations that you are actually requesting from. For example, Raymond James, we have to educate all of our nonprofits that Raymond James has a policy of giving where they prefer that an associate or an advisor or an employee of Raymond James actually be formally involved with the board on a committee, as a board member, as an advisory board member, because for them, from a governance and corporate responsibility, they want to know if your organization is not doing what it needs to do, they have somebody on the inside that says, we might want to pull back our giving, right? That's what they want. So that is a prerequisite to giving at Raymond James, and a lot of nonprofits didn't know that. And we've educated them. I'm not telling you have to put everybody on the board. I'm just telling you that as the employees of an organization get involved with you and volunteer and are able to speak up for you about the great things you're doing in the community because they were involved personally, that changes the outlook for the corporate leadership.
Can I add one thing about the partnership angle to
Sure.
this, Jim? If you have not applied for the CDC Foundation Veteran Suicide Prevention Evaluation grant opportunities, which are limited and small, VESP, you guys are partners. You were just in Atlanta with your team doing that. Creating a logic model that connects your activities to your outputs, to your outcomes, is super helpful for your team to stay really focused, connecting at the dots of all the things you're doing, especially when you have a partner angle to it and you say, and all of these things that come in go to that organization, that organization, that organization. It's showing smart allocation of your limited resources, and it's showing that you're willing to partner with people who are better at things you're not good at, is, I think, a strong differentiator, especially for younger organizations. The unit economics will get better. Year 1, it's like $1,000 for one family, but by year 3, maybe that you're more efficient and $1,000 is supporting 3 families. We're willing to accept that as funders, but partnering is a smart way to get those costs right so you can do what you're best at and let others take credit and take care of the needs that you're not.
As a paid public announcement, the VESP, we've been a partner for years. We built a logic model around suicide prevention. It's on our website. If you want to go out to it, it's one you can plug into a community. So if you can just go to our website, take it, and it's yours. It belongs to the CDC anyways. Corey, what's your thoughts about, we got a minute and a half. You're on the receiving fund side of things.
Yeah.
And tell us your perspective.
Yeah, I have no advice on how to get funding. We're not giving anything away.
No,
that's for sure. No, but I do think that a lot of the funding talk that we're talking about right now, feels like it's coming from like a CSR perspective. But sometimes your organizations, like our organization is that not only do we serve the military-connected community, we do in a way have a customer which is our employer partners. So our partners, a lot of our partners that come to our national conference who are looking to recruit and hire our student veterans, we do have a customer in these employer partners. And it's really important to sit down and learn what problem they're trying to solve. What are they trying to do? What are they working on? What kinds of, how can you make that connection between the two? How can you bring those two, those two groups together, right? Because the way that I look at it from Student Veterans of America, we have our employer partners. They're the people that have opportunity, and then we have our student veterans or military-connected students. Those are the folks that are looking for opportunity, and we're just making that match. We want to do that as seamlessly as possible. So it's really, talking to the partners and understanding what it is that they're trying to solve, and then making that, part of your solution.
No, I agree. So we're up on our time, but I want to thank you all for being here. I want to end with a statement, which is together we can do better.
Yep.
And I think together we definitely can do better. We just have to. You weren't here, but yesterday I said leave your ego on Constitution Ave, right? And that's really the key is to come together and say, okay, how can we work together to get the best outcome? I want to thank you all for being here, and thanks for being part of the symposium. It means a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mercy. You bet. Thanks, everybody.
Don't move the chair.
Hi, everybody. I'm back. No. By the way, I should have looked at the schedule. I should have used the bathroom before the first thing, but this is the last. We just want to say this is I want to introduce a great friend of mine. His name is Dan Coleman. He is the CEO of Principal Choice Solutions. They do incredible work across the country for DOW, VA, communities, Oklahoma, Nebraska, etc. They're a great partner, but I wanted to make sure that the closing remarks were for somebody who understood the whole space and is a fellow Air Force veteran. How many Air Force? Yeah, there you go, thank you. Woo-hoo. How many Marines? There you go. They got it. Without any further ado, I'd like to introduce Dan Coleman.
Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, is this working? No? Am I on? We're good. I'm glad that's gone. That was way too big. So I get the honor and the privilege of giving the closing tonight. And normally I'd be pretty intimidated going after all of these incredible speakers of the last 2 days, but thankfully most everybody has left. So I appreciate you guys sticking around. For those of you that are still here and that stay through the end of this, which I will be quick, Jim has said he'll buy you a tasty beverage of your choice. So make sure you guys come out to Old Abbott later. Why am I up here, right? Especially knowing that I just met AWP and Hiring Our Heroes 2 years ago. I am a business owner. I've had a company for 12 years now. We're 100% veteran owned. And I wish I'd had these resources. I wish I knew about this before. But 2 years ago, I had a good friend bring me to the second day of the symposium. And I loved it so much that the next year I brought 6 people with me. This year we brought 14, and I'd love for the team to stand up, all of Principal Choice. And no, I did not bring them just so I had an audience. And thank you. This team right here is incredible. I've had many conversations with a lot of folks here, people that have never served, never had anybody in their family serve, and I can say there's quite a few folks in our company that haven't. But yet they are more dedicated to veterans than I've ever seen anybody. And when I talk about dedicated and helping veterans, we take about 525,000 calls a month from veterans, from providers, and trying to get them the resources they need, try to get their claims completed. So it's not a small effort, but it's this team right here that I wanted to see the outpouring of support and the love for veterans that we feel in this room. What you have here is non-traditional. I go to a lot of conferences and I get tired of hearing the same problems being discussed with bigger words, different words, trying to make themselves feel important, but nobody talks about the solutions. And that's why I love the symposium. So let me get on with it and say thank you all for coming today. But I'm going to start with gratitude for America's Warrior Partnership, hiring our heroes, especially Elizabeth O'Brien. And thank you to the speakers, the panelists, the volunteers, and every one of you for contributing your ideas, your experiences, and your enthusiasm for what we're doing here today. I think listening to the incredible conversations over the last couple days, three themes or three truths stood out to me as evident. Communities matter, opportunities matter, partnership matters. And I'm going to hit each of those briefly. Communities matter. Whether a veteran lives in an urban town or maybe in a rural area or a tribal community, the biggest successes and the best successes start by understanding the area that they live and the people that live there. Programs, resources, systems, those are all important in that context, but it all comes back to people. Whether it's a neighbor, whether it's a community leader, whether it's just somebody out there saying, you belong here and we want to walk with you. Opportunities matter. Veterans are not a problem to be solved, and they're not simply there receiving support. They're leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and really community builders. Spouses bring their own talent, enthusiasm, and resourcefulness as well. And when we create meaningful ways to work, we're not handing out, it's not a charity. We're building opportunity for them. We're building the environment through which they can thrive. And partnership matters. Partnership starts with relationships. It starts with communities that are willing to share knowledge with each other, with governments that open to businesses, with philanthropists that help with catalytic support for young entrepreneurs, for veterans in need. But I believe that partnerships are not measured by how many people you can get in a room like this. It's measured by the lives that change when we leave here. And so I'd like to ask each of you and challenge you, what will change for you? What will you do when you get home? Get back to work? Is it maybe making that connection for a veteran that you promised? Maybe inviting a veteran into the room earlier, before the decision is made, so that they can help shape it to be a better decision. Whatever your reason is, don't let it stay as an idea in this room. Figure out what that first step is. Find an owner, or a belly button, as I like to call it. Or as my wife, Jennifer, likes to say, figure out what that first domino is that you need to kick. Whatever it is, keep that mission going. Keep talking. Keep working with each other. And just keep this going. This has been incredible. I want to say thank you again for coming out today. I told you I'd keep this short. I think that's the most successful way to end a two-day symposium like this, is just be brief. You guys have heard so many wonderful ideas, and I'm not going to try to repeat every one of them there, but it's been a fantastic event. Our theme has been strength and partnership, right? Empowering veterans, enriching communities. And I think that is more than a description of this symposium. It's a call to action. It's a reminder that the work that we're doing can't be done alone. No one system, no one organization can do this. But when we collectively gather around a mission, a shared mission, our collective contributions far outweigh what we can do individually. So I'd like to just close in saying thank you again. Remember, communities, opportunities, and partnerships matter. Together, I think we can empower veterans. I think we can enrich our communities. And I absolutely believe we can build a future worthy of those that have served. Together, we can do better. Thank you.
This concludes our 13th Annual Warrior Symposium. We welcome you to join us for a closing reception at Old Ebbitt Grill starting at 6 p.m.